Alright, here we go. Let's see the first round. Everyone making it through the start. Epos just a little bit behind. Through the drift, very nice. All players very close to each other. Strong start by New Prime, but he's showing what he's got. With Paco dropping just a bit behind, but then there's the mistake just after I praised him. So New Prime makes a mistake in the NASCAR section, leaving Epos alone in first, followed by the two Nemesis players. Let's see if the players can do the Rich strategy here. Oh, then going for it. Look at Epos shooting like a rocket. And that is the difference between getting it well and getting it poorly or just not doing it at all. He is so far ahead and it's gonna be impossible to catch up unless he makes a mistake. Let's see if they can all get the finish. Epos going high, both Nemesis players going low, and New Prime actually catches up to Paco. That's gonna be a victory for Swift. They are manually turned on indeed, but they just don't work. It's happened yesterday, it's happened the week before. It just stops working for me. I am indeed pressing the button and nothing is happening. That's a massive mistake there by Paco. And now Mime has to defend. They've already had a poor start in round 1 and... I mean, how do you beat Epos on this? But to be fair, this time the checkpoint isn't that good, so it means the round is just overall very slow. All the players kind of struggling. And Epos looking very dominant today. New Prime a little bit slower, and Paco is just not having a good time so far. See Epos nicely executed again, but New Prime gains so much on Mime. And it looks like Limbo is going one way and one way only. Mime trying to catch up. He needs to get second here. 5-1 would be a huge lead for Swift, especially with Epos playing like this. Again, he can afford to go high. And it's a 106.33 by Epos with New Prime messing up the finish. And it only resulting in another victory for Swift. So good job by Mime. He just had to stay in the round and wait for a mistake there by New Prime. So far Epos is just unbeatable. And the other three are lacking a little bit. I mean, that's kind of what we expected on Limbo. Epos is just unbelievable here. And we have the opposite situation for Nemesis. This time it's Paco's turn to defend. Mime was able to get second. Can Paco do the same? And this is a much faster round. Both Epos and New Prime looking very strong in this one. Good drifts. Paco not really able to catch up. And we know that Epos is gonna pull away in the turnaround. Can Paco do the same here? No, he just loses even more, and just look at the gap. He lost like 0.4 there. He just cannot keep up with Epos at all. So once again, it's up to New Prime to not mess up the ending. Mine with a respawn, doesn't really matter. Paco needs to jump low. New Prime goes high. Paco, is that too low? Ooh, that was super close. And because Paco clips, that's gonna be an ace for Swift. He just jumped off a few pixels too low. And it looks like Limbo might already be over. Swift just an ace away. Epos unbeatable. Look at him go. But then New Prime has made a mistake. So maybe this is an opportunity for Nemesis to put some pressure on Epos. See if he can crack. But once again, an even better start. So what do you even do in this situation? I mean, they're trying their best, but Epos is too fast, too consistent. And they need to beat him, because if he just keeps winning rounds, it doesn't really matter what New Prime does. Oh, he kind of messed it up this time, but Paco gets it even worse. And Mime is able to overtake. They gotta get at least a victory to have a chance to come back. Mime doing a great job. Needs to keep that first place. Epos messes it up a little bit, but he's still far ahead of Paco. But Mime has to respawn, and Epos is given yet another first place. New Prime in third, and they're only 1 point away from winning map number 1. To be fair to Mime, he did have to go for the lower jump. He didn't know how far ahead he was, probably. It's kind of difficult to check your HUD in the end of Limbo because there's so many things happening. You don't really have time to check what is going on. So maybe he wasn't aware that he could have actually gone high. Again, another smaller mistake by New Prime, but his teammate is Epos, so he's gonna be fine. All Epos has to do is beat one of the Nemesis players. So far so good for Mime, but Paco needs to step it up a little bit. And he's only losing. I think it's all gonna be in this turnaround here. Let's see what happens. Epos, and yeah, that just might be over. It looks so ridiculous when you get it good. But he was second and he's over 0.35 ahead right now. Absolutely insane how efficient the strategy is. So New Prime has died. It's all on Epos. He is losing speed though. Can Epos make it? Epos will get second, and it is good enough. All he had to do was beat Paco, which he has managed to do in every single round. And that's gonna be map 1 for Swift. Unbelievable performance by Epos.
Victory.
So poor start for Nemesis, and they gotta pull it back on Ellipse. You saw someone do that 3 weeks ago. Really? The first time I saw it was a week ago in the American Regional with Richie doing it. I'm just surprised Nemesis didn't ban Limbo. I think that was always gonna be a loss. That's a shocker for me. I think... Well, I know Epos was also really strong on Sunburn, but I think he looks a lot better on Limbo. And I think Sunburn would have been a better chance, but what do I know? I don't know how good they are this week. So maybe it was the correct decision. Maybe it would have finished the same way if they played Sunburn instead of Limbo. So let's just focus on Ellipse. What's happened is in the past, it doesn't matter. Hakuna Matata and all that stuff. And once again, it's the blue team up ahead. Mime is a bit behind. And on this map, it's a lot more difficult to come back. When you're around 0.3 behind, it's almost impossible unless your opponent allows you to pull yourself back into contention for first. And right now, Paco is doing exactly that. Trying to fight off Epos with Mime touching yet again. Trying his best, but it's not really able to keep up with Epos, who is once again in first. Paco in third needs to catch up to at least one of those two. Oh, that's a poor bug slide, has to go very far around, and Epos New Prime driving hand in hand, looking to get the first ace on Ellipse. Nicely done, both make it, and that will be an ace. Incredibly strong round there. Double 110, and I have to say it is looking quite grim for Nemesis. And they just aren't able to keep up pace-wise. Maybe it's gonna be better in round 2, but then again, Epos is already so far ahead. How do you catch up when he pulls away 0.3 in 2 turns? Crazy, and yeah, these lines from Mime are not helping at all. Luckily for them, Epos makes a mess of that bug slide. Allows them to come a bit closer. But that's still a really good checkpoint, and Mime is out. It's all on Paco, who is almost 0.2 behind New Prime, but he is coming back. So there is still a chance to at least not get aced. Oh, New Prime gets it better. Epos way too far ahead. Paco is trying his best, but has to release, allow New Prime to create an even bigger gap. Now this time the bug slide is better, but then the landing is really poor. And that is gonna be 6-0 on Nemesis's map pick. Oh dear, oh dear. Slightly slower round, but then again, they already had the advantage of 3-0. And they knew that Mime crashed, so they didn't have to push. And then later, Paco was the one who had to push, made a mistake. And it was easy to close out the ace. Because this is one of the easier finishes. If you know you have a gap, you're never gonna make a mistake in this finish if you're a good player. So very easy for both Epos and New Prime to manage the situation. Now it's 6-0 and Mime and Paco have to ace against Epos twice. Can that even be done? With Paco being 0.8 behind already. So again, insane checkpoint time by Epos. Mime is actually driving a really good round, but he's still in second. And No Prime just making sure he doesn't get beaten by Paco here. That is gonna be more than enough for Swift. They would be happy to just draw 4 more and get over the line. But with Epos playing this way, I'm not sure they're even gonna draw. They're gonna get victories at least. Mime, poor bug slide exit yet again. And is it really gonna be 9-0? I mean, the gap is simply too big. They're not gonna make a mistake here. It's too easy. Insane time. Like, New Prime also drove a 110, but it doesn't feel that way because Epos is just smashing. He looks even better here than on Limbo. Like, this is incredible. This is so far the single best performance I've seen by anyone. And even the name tags have had enough. The name tags are definitely Nemesis fans, and they just cannot take it. Swift needs just 1 more point. And for the first time ever, Epos is not in first. We actually have a fight here. However, 1 bug slide later, and it all flips around. Epos yet again in first, New Prime in second. And this is a solid round. But Nemesis need to ace, and they need to ace 3 times in a row. But with Mime dropping the gear, that's not gonna happen here. He's just gonna lose more and more. Again, great turn Epos, great turn by New Prime, and they're not even making mistakes. As I say that, Epos completely dead. First mistake of the match, so it's all on New Prime. Can he hold on? He is in first. He has a 0.4 lead over Mime. How does Mime make up a gap like this? Even Paco cannot overtake, let alone Mime. And that looks like it's gonna be enough, and it is. New Prime wins 110-9 with Nemesis not even driving a 110 in a single round, and that was an absolute domination by Swift. First map. I clicked pause on the NASCAR. He's actually taking the piss at this point. Unbelievable performance. I did not see this coming at all. First map, no clue. It was smashing. Like, complete smashing. Wasn't close. I think match 4. Swift looking hella scary. I mean, Epos is the best player from what I've seen. How do you even beat him? Iron's been looking pretty rough so far. I didn't watch Nemesis yesterday at all because I wasn't able to, so... Yeah, prediction. Choose outcome. Yeah. I see most of you also believe, just like me, that Nemesis are gonna do it. But unfortunately, we have to go through the loser bracket. Maybe that was a wake-up call. Oh. It should be over, right? I mean, anything can happen in the end. Oh, Massa goes safe. He doesn't have it. So Swifty stay alive. But he might have clipped. He was missing around 0.2 to go safe. So I just assume he clipped. He is someone who is always aware of what's going on. So I don't think he would have messed up like that. He must have clipped. Still looking very good for Big. Swifty are one mistake away from disaster. Alright, shit, a little bit behind. Still fine though. And Big were absolutely atrocious on this. In the first regional, like they couldn't complete a round. That's how bad they were. And Ratchet respawns and Big will win. That is it. They know, they definitely know. They are on voice together. One of the players always checks the CPs. They check cars on as well. They always know what's going on. They're one of the most clued in teams when it comes to what's happening in the round. So they should just go safe here. Yeah, see, very smart. That guarantees that they're gonna win. So, as expected, Big win here. No, the map is not new. It was released together with all of the other ones. Wait, Lion Coast, 1 map 1. Okay, we have a match here. Dawn are 3 points ahead. I did not see that coming. I mean, Aurel is an insane player, but Tona? Okay. Oh, Aurel is out. And if they know, this should be over. That's a huge mistake. Yeah, Sunburn is just never played, so I'm not surprised you're asking if it's new, especially in Europe. Americans love Sunburn, but Europeans couldn't ban it fast enough. I see they're all doing it. Look at Tona go, but then he messes up the easy turn. And he's upside down, and yeah, it's over. So we're going to the decider here. They should go safe, they have 10 seconds. I mean, they're gonna make the jump anyway, so it doesn't matter, I guess. They can respawn a couple of times. Still gonna be fine. I just don't know which map Lion Coast won. Because Lion Coast are the lower seed. So they're actually winning each other's map picks. That's interesting. Here jump is not that slower than Risky. I don't know. I never practiced that one. I always went either Risky or around. I think it's 0.3, but I'm not sure. I didn't like the big jump, so I never practiced it. Yeah, so for the statisticians, Scandir looking pretty good. Aurel the dominant player. So that explains why Lion Coast were able to win. And Tona, I mean, this is still solid. This is better than I would expect from Tona. Let's see. Oh, Wazil with a poor start. Scandir also clips. Our Lion Coast gonna do the unthinkable here. The gap still isn't big enough for them to save, really. And Wazil is coming back. That was super close, but it does pay off. It was for an inside drift, will allow him to catch up to Aurel. And look at Tona go. Now this is the key part. None of them really risking, going very safe. Interesting decision by Wazil. Gap stays around the same. Can they all get drifts? Oh, I think Wazil has, well, the same speed as Aurel pretty much. He's not making up any ground. Slightly better approach than Aurel. It's gonna equalize in the end. Wazil needs to make something happen here. That's much better than Aurel. He will save at least a loss. Tona reborn after leaving that day. Who knows what they were doing to him there. That's a victory for Lion Coast after 2 early mistakes. Time wasn't the best. I'm sure Dawn can do much better than 107.7. And these are, of course, the Regional 1 winners. Wazil and Skandir. Right now, looking like they could drop to the loser bracket. Skandir, again, early mistake. Living it up to Wazil. And it's so hard to come back from a mistake like that against good players on Reunion. There's just not many spots where they're gonna crash. I want a bit shaky. Aurel gets wiped out after I said it's kind of easy to save. So we have 1v1 up top. Is Tona gonna win another round? Skandir actually in third. So they could strike back here if Wazil gets first. A better approach than Tona. Comes a bit closer. It's still not enough though. Nah, Tona keeps the gear. And Tona carrying on the Reunion. Skandir just needs to clean up the start. That's holding Dawn back the most at the moment. Yeah, a little release there to manage the gear. But this time it's Wazil who clips. And they just can't get past the start together. So it's really impossible for them to ace, and every round one of them needs to defend. Tona is a bit behind, so it's Skandir versus Rorella for first. Really poor approach from Tona there. Wazil should be able to overtake. Oh, we've got 2 1v1s. Let's go up ahead, see what's happening here. Same turnaround, exactly. Both get the drift. Skandir with a little bit more speed. Aurel only had 260. Tona with a respawn, so Aurel has to make sure he gets second at least. Yeah, just safe at this point. Skandir is too far ahead. And that's gonna be 4-4. Best time so far. Although at this level you would maybe expect a little bit faster too. Because we have seen players drive 0.2s, 0.1s in match. Alright, next round, we're just looking for Dawn to survive the start. And they've finally done it. Maybe this is the round where they pull away. Both of them have done very well so far. Just to defend and to make sure they don't get aced when the other one makes a mistake in the start. Oh, but then Wazil very slow. Luckily for him, Tona even slower. And it's so interesting that they're not risking that part at all. When you compare it to APAC, for example, who are almost cutting the corner in half. Completely different approaches. And this is a super close round. Aurel dropping a little bit. I think he has the worst approach out of the 3. But then the best plastic turn. Oh no, he's going too wide. Trying to come back. Look at that end. All 3 of them in 7,000s. It's so important. The second place for Aurel. He might have just saved the team's chances. But Tona has slowed down a bit in the previous couple of rounds. He started off so well winning too. Now going a little bit slower. Again, lacking in this round as well. It's all on Aurel. Situations has flipped completely. Now it's 2 blue players versus 1 red player. But Aurel is first yet again. Oh, nice turnaround. And Wazil will have a lot of speed here. Skandir, not so much. Oh, Rally's losing it a bit. He needs to stay in first. And he's gonna do it. Damn, super close round. Best round so far. 0.5 winning time. 0.6, 0.7. Still anyone's game. Ace for Dawn means it's over. Ace for Lion Coast means we go to sudden death. Oh, that's an early mistake there. Who was that? Tona. And Aurel is a bit behind as well. This is the perfect time to ace for Dawn. Let's see who's gonna step up when the pressure is at its highest. Not Wazil. Strange mistake, to be fair. So it's up to Skandir to defend. Both Tona and Aurel still very close. So if he makes a mistake, it's gonna be 7-9. Goes very far back as well, Skandir. Make sure he gets the drift, but Tona gets it so much better. And look at this. Skandir dropping down. Aurel also got it quite poor. We could be looking at an 8-8 scoreline. Tona back to getting first places. Yep. High 107, but that's enough. 8-8. Can anyone get a victory here? Because a big mistake here could be the end for either team. Ooh. Ooh, it's all on Tona now. Very atypical of Aurel. And now Tona, who's maybe the slowest player on paper, has to defend. And he needs to get first. Second is not good enough. Oh, was also close, but survives. Tona 0.2 behind, catching up to Skandir at least. It's all gonna be in that drift. Oh, Skandir saves it. He lost so much there. Oh, Tona released too much. I think it might be over. At this point, it's about what Dawn players do. If they keep it clean, it's over. Because the drift was so bad. Look, he is completely out. Had no speed. Yeah, they can drop the gear. They just gotta survive, and that's it. Dawn win. They get away with this after being 1-0 down. Super close match. So, GG. Do we have a new match already? Let me see quickly on Discord. Because it is a rolling schedule. There's nothing. This one might still be live. Nice, so our Binks and Otak. What? 2-1 against Eterna. So this was also a cinema match. There will be a Gamba as soon as we know when the next round starts. Shouldn't Nemesis play already now? Possibly. It's Stufts and Wizzy. Are 1-1 against B2's future. I mean, if Stufts is playing the way he's playing yesterday, then I'm not surprised. But that ace should seal it. Well, so far, from what we've seen, I think Swift are gonna take it. Just because Epos is a level above everyone else. And New Prime looks solid enough. Stufts did play yesterday. You just weren't here. Yeah, it's just Wizzy is so solid. This should be enough for them to win. Were all the underdogs doing well? Maybe the favorites aren't playing that well. Go back to watch the VOD. Oh, you'll see. I did stream their last match. They almost went out. A pretty good round. It's still really close between everyone, to be fair. Okay, okay. Beach's future, not really giving up. I mean, this could be anything. Look at Nismo go. Oh, does Wizzy have it? It's actually an ace. 111-8. What is might? Oh, just play. Just play and hope it doesn't happen. Something had to go wrong. And New Prime has already made a mistake, and the excuse is gonna be, I didn't know if the servers were gonna be there started. It is what it is. Epos is in first, fighting with Wazil. Skandir has also made a mistake. Let's see who takes it. They're driving inside of each other. Pretty much the same round right now. Epos more inside, takes over the lead, but his teammate is a dead last right now. Super close fight for first. Both keep the gear, and now Epos here will have a different line. And usually it does work out, leaving him in first place after the reactor section, but look at Wazil's exit. That was so good, and Dawn are looking at a victory here. Epos trying his best. Can he get a good box slide? That is amazing. Goes up to first, but then a little bit wider, which is fine. He's gonna have more speed here. Is in the driving seat to win the first round. And New Prime has also overtaken Skandir, so Epos will win. And look at his fight, Skandir makes it into third. So it is a draw. New Prime missed the finish even. But it looked like Skandir was winning anyway. And that's a very strong time by Epos. Again, I'm pretty sure he's beaten one of their PBs. He's beaten Wazil's PB with that. So Epos on Ellipse is a scary sight. So no server restart needed. We will continue. And the red team is already ahead. They're looking so good on Ellipse. It's crazy. With a New Prime this time in first. Name tags do not like what they see, so they're on holidays at the moment again. With Dawn being a little bit behind, but they're still in it. They can still fight back from this. Both going for the Neo slide, which is just a tiny bit faster. And that's a mistake there for New Prime. So Epos has to make sure he gets first yet again. Let's see, he is quite far back. He is not really gonna be a factor in this round as long as nobody messes up the bug slide real bad. Let's see, Skandir very wide, very safe. Wazil messes it up a little bit, but very risky there over the gap. Will stay out of New Prime at least. And Skandir is too far behind to try to attack Epos. Will win yet again. 75. This is insane. How do you beat this? The only time he's failed so far was when he accidentally pressed pause. So maybe that is the only chance Dawn have. Somehow get inside of his head and make him press the wrong button. Because other than that, he just looks unbeatable, and it seems like it's a matter of time until New Prime just beats one or two Dawn players and they get a victory or an ace, and then Epos just gets the draws and they win the map. Wazil is super far behind. It's all on Skandir again. He's losing more and more. And Epos is doing great yet again. Skandir still in the mix. Has to at least get second here. Oh, nicely done. Goes up to first even. Maybe this is a chance for Skandir to at least secure the draw. Completely different approaches. Who's gonna get the best exit? Looks like it is Skandir, and looks like Epos can be beaten here actually. Wazil too far behind to do anything. So Epos and New Prime just gotta make sure they survive this. Yeah, Skandir with a 0.9. That is the third draw in a row. So far super close, and Dawn putting up much more of a fight than Nemesis did. Let's see who's gonna be the first one to get a victory or an ace. Seems like that could be huge in this matchup. They're drawing so much. A much better start for Brazil. And the great bug slide by Scandir allows him to catch up to New Prime fully. Let's see the checkpoints. Very strong by Wazil, but he's forced to go outside. Will lose a little bit and has to concede first place to Epos. Again, Epos with a different approach allows him to stay in first. But it's a super close round. The closest we've seen so far. Still anyone's game. And the bug slide just might decide it. Wazil dropped down just a little bit compared to Epos. And here we go, Scandir with a different approach. But it seems to be pretty good. Wazil, on the other hand, loses a lot and drops down all the way to last, and he was fighting for first. So it's up to Scandir here really to try to get second. Epos first, New Prime second, and yes, there will be the first ace. Once again, another 0.8. And it seems like Dawn have to drive 110s if they want to have a chance. But after this round, it might actually be over. Epos is in last. Not what you usually see in the start, but then it's New Prime who makes the bigger mistake. And for them right now, it's really important just to get draws. They do not even need victories anymore. So it's gonna be hard for New Prime to do anything here. And Epos has to get, well, at least second, but ideally first, of course. Strong start then by Wazil, but Scandir makes it very easy for Swift to get the draw. So right now, Wazil has to make sure he doesn't throw this, because it could be over. 9-3 would definitely be a disastrous situation for them. Gaps are pretty big this round. Nobody can really try to attack the person in front. Then Wazil with, as usual, a slower bug slide compared to Epos, who catches up a little bit. Still not enough to overtake. No Prime another half a second behind, cannot really do anything. And Wazil survives, and it will be a draw, which I'm sure Swift will be very happy with. They are an ace away from taking map number 1. Let's see if they can wrap things up immediately. Oh, Epos with a touch. How did that happen? He's human after all. And this is probably the best opportunity that Dawn will have. It's only New Prime they gotta beat. And I say only New Prime, but it's still a very tough ask. Now, so far so good for Dawn. New Prime a little bit wider. Wazil is already in first, and Scandir needs to catch up around 1/10. Epos 0.4 behind will be tough for him to catch up to the rest of the pack. However, he is climbing slowly but surely. Different release points for Wazil and New Prime, and Epos is catching up to Scandir. Bug slide always causes chaos, but New Prime overtakes Wazil for first, and all of a sudden it's looking like a draw for Swift. Great job by New Prime. And Dawn just not able to beat him here. 1:10.92. You can see that the pace is definitely on the Swift side. And Dawn, even though they're not playing bad at all, the way they're playing they would beat most other teams, but it's just not enough against Swift. They will have to drive around PBs if they're gonna get the ace of their own. Otherwise they lose. 2 victories for them at this moment in time would not be enough. They need an ace. They have no other choice. And their best opportunity was when Epos crashed. So what do they do now? I mean, this is an insane start by Epos. Scandir has fallen far back. It is looking like a draw, but 9-6 is pretty bad for Dawn. Scander with another clip. It's not that bad, but it means that the map will be over because he's now fully out. So Wazil needs to get first. New Prime is quite safe in third. But how do you gain half a second here on EPOS? It's just not gonna happen. Yeah, nicely done. And it... What is he doing? That is almost world record. Victory. Unbelievable. You just can't beat this. He misses world record by 500ths in a match. Absolutely unreal. By far the standout player of the World Tour so far. And nobody else is even close. Even in Regional 1, when they got 4th, it was because New Prime crashed pretty much every round. He was still performing unbelievably well. And we gotta remember, that was Dawn's pick. This is Swift's pick. So let's see what they can do on Sunburn. I'm really curious what his PB is. Offline on the lips. Has to be like 0.3, 0.2. Alright, round 1 on Sunburn. Let's see some magic. Oh, but EPOS with an early mistake. Clips a little bit and we'll have to fight from behind. Up to No Prime now to try to deny the ace. Strong start by Scandir. Wazil maybe a bit too high. It's still fine. We'll still have EPOS at least. Can everyone avoid the water bounce here? Yes, they do. Different approaches. Stays exactly the same, except maybe EPOS has caught up a little bit to Wazil. Nobody goes under the checkpoint. Good decision, but look at the speed from EPOS. And let's see the strats here. Scandir 360, New Prime with a normal one, and he loses everything from 2nd to 4th because he went for the normal strat, and Scandir is so far ahead. Can they all make the jump? Scandir fails, EPOS wins the round actually. You just can't do anything to him. Even when he makes a mistake, he still wins the round. And Wazil at least makes sure they don't get aced. So victory for Swift. And I fully expect to see even faster rounds. Oh, that's an early mistake there by Scandir again. So it's all on Wazil. And this is exactly what we saw yesterday from Scandir. Either like a mid to low 106, or he's completely dead. So he is driving the exact same way, and New Prime has made a mistake as well. So it's EPOS versus Wazil, who keeps going very high there. Loses a little bit, but he was kind of set in 2nd anyway. And you can see the different drifts. EPOS is going for the riskier one. And he's so consistent with it. Keeps his 1st place. No Prime is 2nd behind. Can't really do anything. And Scandir really far behind. Both with the 360. Wazil gets it quite poor, but he's far ahead enough. So let's see if they can just make the jumps. EPOS makes it. Wazil makes it. New Prime makes it. And that's an online PB by EPOS. Almost a 105. Insane time yet again. Also very, very close to the world record. Around 0.22, I believe. Which on this map is insane, trust me. A time like this is not gonna get beaten. Yeah, EPOS is just ridiculous. So what did Dawn even do here? If they're not gonna ace when EPOS crashes, then when are they? Because he is 1st by 0.15 after a couple of turns only. No Prime, at least in 2nd this time. Looking for that ace. Wazil a little bit behind. He's really struggling there with the turnaround. Always loses there. Has to go very slow. Of course, he's the only keyboard player here. So the water section is a little bit more difficult for him in case he messes up the turn timing. And look at this. They are in ace formation. Wazil messes up. Skandir is so far behind. Looking to go up to 7-2. Wazil even with a respawn, but New Prime messes up. He could have actually gone safe with that lead. He messes up again. Epos makes it. Skandir has to respawn. New Prime, can he make it before Skandir? No. Complete fiesta in the end. And Skandir at least prevents the ace. New Prime, they're throwing it a bit. But they still have such a big lead that it doesn't really matter. Again, Epos slightly different approach. And it always works out for him. Oh, no Prime, there's no way that was ever gonna work. You cannot really cheat over the edge on ice the way you can on road. So he will get punished. Oh, Epos, that is rough. Can he make it? No. This has to be it. This has to be the ace. No Prime with a mistake. It's now or never for Dawn. They have a free ace. This is the first time that both Swift players have fully knocked themselves out. They have to do it. They can't go safe. Smart play by Wazil. They have 3 seconds. That's a huge lead. I really wouldn't gamble here. Just go safe. They have to get this ace if they want to have any chance of winning. They both go for the jump. And they both survive. New PB by Skandir. But as I said, it's really a good time by him or he's completely dead. There's no in between. So they were presented with the opportunity, they took it, and we have a match here on Sunburn. Swift definitely not looking as good on Sunburn as they did on Limbo, for example, and let's not even talk about Ellipse. No Prime a little bit behind. It's all good. Epos as usual. Showing who's boss. He's 0.3 ahead already. And now Wazil always slowing down here. He's really not having a fun time in that turnaround. So far nobody has bounced out. That's always nice to see. And could Swift ace back straight away? It's up to Skandir here really to defend. Oh, great drift. Very low jump as well. Going for the 360. Gets it. Nice. No Prime loses to Wazil as well. Could be a draw here still. All in this ending jump. Well, look at this. Epos is dropping down. No Prime can maybe get second here if Skandir messes up. No, it's No Prime who messes up. And it's only gonna be a draw in the end. No Prime with quite a few mistakes now in the end. Messed up an ace before when he got stuck on that beam and now he misses the finish. Now another mistake. He has been a bit shaky. Decides not to drift, which is probably smart in case you have very low speed. So it's up to Epos to deny the ace from Dawn. Nice job. Let's go to Wazil here, who is gonna go a bit higher up. This means he has to adjust when he needs to break there. It's an easy thing to fix. Clips a little bit, but he's fine. He's still ahead of New Prime, who has to respawn. It's completely out of the round. Now this could be huge. If Skandir can beat Epos here, that could be massive for them. Because then a draw would be enough in the following round. Oh, he's really risking. Fair enough, because a mistake isn't gonna drop him below New Prime. So good decision there by Skandir, just couldn't execute. And Epos cannot really go safe, has to go for the jump, but cannot afford to mess it up. And he gets it done. Solid time there. Yet another draw. And No Prime with yet another mistake.
Draw.
So No Prime is really allowing Dawn to see that light at the end of the tunnel. They just need a victory, same as Swift. So any mistake at this moment in time is gonna be massive. Let's see who's gonna keep it clean and who's gonna drop out. So far, so good for everyone. Epos as usual, dominating. Oh, but then Wazil is done. There is no way he can come back, and that puts a lot of pressure on Skandir because he has to beat Epos, otherwise they're gonna lose, and he gets it. And you just hate to see it. How has this not been fixed yet? It's unbelievable. Skandir probably messed up his line by 1 pixel, gets punished for it, and to be fair, he might have lost anyway, but you do not want to lose that way. You do not want to lose by jumping out of the water. And both of these can now go safe if they want to. The gap is definitely big enough. And smart decision. They know they're ahead, and they will get it done. Great play there by both Swift players. Epos once again dominating. Just want to see the percentages by Epos. This is gonna be scary. So 2-0 for Swift. Don definitely had a chance here, but in the end, I would say even a little unlucky. You just hate to see the jump. So we're going to Ascension. Will it be a clean sweep? Yeah, look at the stats. So right now we're in top 4. And Epos has 7% crashes, 71% top 1s. Playing against a top 4 team. Absolutely unreal. Now, how do you beat this? And it's the fact that they packed the consistency together with the pace. It's just unplayable. Well, maybe it's gonna be different on Ascension, where, of course, he does have the world record. And he's, I think, at least 0.1 ahead of second place. Of course, players do have a better times offline, but when you see that online, it's scary. So let's see. Wood turn, everyone gets it. But then Epos stumbles, catches a little bit of the penalty on the side, drops down to third. We see some drifts coming in. It's not really helping that much. Super close around anyone's game here. And now let's see the deciding turn. Epos with the ultimate risk makes it work, and that's why he goes up to first. Wazil with a different climb. That won't really help him. And Skandir has in the meantime overtaken, but then Wazil drops down. Up to Skandir here to defend. Good turn by Skandir. He probably will be able to win this. Who's gonna go lower? Oh, Skandir versus Epos. And Epos wins in the end. Epos always wins. That's just how it goes at the moment. But great attempt by Skandir. That was Zil with the first mistake, but at least he doesn't get punished by an ace from Swift. So far, it looks like Dawn have a fighting chance on Ascension. Again, Epos is so far ahead after the start. Look at this. With both blue players a little bit behind. It's all good though. They can come back with a strong wood turn, but that's maybe too strong by Skandir. Crashes into the massive pole. So again, great opportunity there for Swift. Wazil makes the drift work. Very risky. He was only a couple pixels away there. But it does pay off. He is in the fight for second. Epos maybe a bit too far ahead. And that could be over. Both are over a second and a half behind. And this finish is easy to save if you have such a lead. Because you can go for a very safe jump. It's scary when you have to push, but when you have to save, it's very free. And that's exactly what they do. Just nice and easy. That's even a 106.8. And Swift are 5-1 up. Rough position to be in for Dawn. They just don't look that good on Ascension. Lots of mistakes. Pace maybe lacking a little bit. Yeah, look at Wazil's stats. So this means that he's never driven a better time in a match. He could, of course, have a better time offline, but when you drive a better match time, then it gets updated online. And that says a lot, because Epos just drove a 106.8. So how do they ace back when Epos is just so much faster? Scandir with a little bump will allow New Prime to overtake. New Prime also drifting there. And it does pay off. Look at this. Epos with a smaller mistake allows Wazil to overtake. Super close round. No bigger mistakes so far. Wazil is in first where it needs to be. So it's up to Scandir to try to make his way into second place. Oh, but he messes up completely. First drops the gear, clips, and then crashes. The deadly trio. Up to Wazil really to deny. Or is it gonna be another ace? Is this gonna be another ace? Or from Epos there. Has to go really wide. And Wazil will be able to overtake.
Victory.
So even Epos can mess up here and there. But still 7-2 is such a big gap. They just need an ace to wrap things up. Nice start yet again. I mean, why am I even watching him? He's always first in the start. Weird line there by Scandir. Will lose a lot. Went too far inside. Somehow avoids disaster on the left. Oh, has to release a lot. Completely messes up the exit as well. And they're in dire need of an ace. They just cannot afford this. But then Epos with a mistake. And this is it. The previous time that Epos has made a mistake, they were able to ace. Can they do it again? It's only New Prime standing in their way, and Wazil is already so far ahead. Scandir versus New Prime. This is so important. They have to ace this to stay in the game. They came back from 2-0 down against Balka in the first regional, and it looks like they could actually come back here because New Prime cannot defend this. They have a massive lead. They can jump safe, but do they know it? Oh, they're gonna get it done. And they get the ace, massive PB by Wazil, and that's it. So he can drive fast in match, and that is so important. That is gonna be a huge confidence boost for Wazil, who drives his best ever round on Ascension. Scandir also with a solid low 107. And they can definitely come back. That's an early mistake, unfortunately, there by Wazil. Not that big, though. He can come back on this. Swift are much better than last time because in addition to Epos being the best player out of everyone, New Prime also doesn't crash every round. That's why they're this dominant. And this time Epos doesn't crash. He's still in it. Ooh, Scandir makes it, but Wazil doesn't, unfortunately, and this could be over. Both red players have more speed than Scandir, which is crucial there in the uphill. He is coming back with a better grass turn, but then no exit speed whatsoever. All in this ice slide. Poor exit there from Scandir. Oh, has to readjust, and that could be it. And both avoid disaster, and that is it indeed. Much deserved win for Swift. Yet again, dominant performance. Epos completely dominant. New Prime good enough to back him up. And that is gonna be it. Let's swiftly move over to the other match, where Balka are losing to Big. And Big are dominating Limbo. Look at this, 105.77 by Massa,
Draw.
who does have the world record on this. We gotta remember that. A 105.53, but look at the stats here. 0% crashes, 77% top ones. Looks like Epos might meet his match in the next match. Massa also on another level today, judging by the stats. What is this? Otak is already behind. And Massa is just dominating. Let's see Granati. Yeah, Granati nowhere near, but if Massa is playing like that and getting 105.7s, then Granati doesn't have to win rounds. They were insane on Limbo, even against us in the first regional. They just destroyed us here. And it wasn't because we played bad, they were just insane. They don't really make mistakes here. And their pace is really good. I think Limbo is their best map. And now it's Granadi's turn to win against Solid Time. So hard to play against this. 9-2. And Big versus Swift is gonna be crazy. If Big get it done, of course. But so far, 1-0 up, 9-2 on Limbo. Yeah, this is upper bracket. This is the other upper bracket semi. Finally, it's gonna be Swift versus whoever wins here. So again, the blue duo a little bit behind. Things with a very rough angle will lose even more. 40% crashes. Ooh. It's not what you usually see from him. And look at this, 50% crashes. 0% top ones. He has not won a single round. That Banks is done here. And Big only need 1 point. Big, of course, know what's going on. They know they can save. I mean, Banks probably cannot even finish the round. So they just gotta finish. They can do whatever they want. They're not gonna lose 23 seconds. They can jump low, high, go around. Doesn't really matter. Let's just see the time from Massa. He's of course risking. He's going for the time. Oh, 106.02. Once you see the 105.7, this is disappointing. They seem so strong here. Let's see what the third map is.
Victory.
Oh, here we go. We are treated with Sunburn. The best map for watching, in my opinion. Maybe this is the start of a huge comeback for Boca. Or Big just get it done. And we get to see Swift versus Big. Who, based on what we've seen so far, look like the best teams. And it could be really close. But first, let's see what happens on Sunburn. Oh, Massa, they're so close. And his approach is slightly different there. He doesn't drift as wide onto the left. He stays very close to the poles on the right. And it seems to be faster, but it's also very risky. He makes it work though, even in rounds. Their ult so high. Doing it like Wazil. Big look to be in control. Banks, of course, going for no slide. Makes it. But Granadi is so close. Oltek a little further behind. Still anyone's game. Banks going under. Oltek as well. And they did catch up a little bit. Oh, Granadi going normal way. It doesn't work, but Massa is so far ahead. But then Massa into the wall. How does he even fail there? And all of a sudden, this could be an ace for Boca. Can they both make the jump? Yes. Very unlikely their mistake. You don't really see that. He just couldn't control the grip. Ends up in the wall. And the Boca take full advantage of that. But then Binks straight into a mistake in the next round. So this is a big chance for Big. Oh, Massa struggling just a little bit. But it's fine still. Granadi then touches. And they don't look that good on Sunburn in this match. Making a lot of mistakes. completely different from what we saw on Limbo. And Otak is far ahead, but then we know what can happen in the ice section. Smart, he decides to go around the checkpoint this time. Knows he doesn't have to risk. Granati again safe. I guess he just doesn't feel comfortable with the 360, but Massa does, and he catches up to Otak. Can he maybe catch up in the end? Nah, both get it, and both will get the jump. Granati goes safe, very smart.
Draw.
Always using that brain. He always knows when he can go safe, and it's such smart play. That's why it's so difficult to play against him in the duo format. Because he just doesn't give away free rounds. Yeah, goat tag. That's a good one. Oh, Massa, he looks much weaker here. Another mistake on Sunburn. And the crash percentage is going up. Looking good for Boca so far. Granati also a bit high, maybe. Allows the blue dude to catch up. Nobody jumping out. Everyone going for no slide, but then Binks touches a bit. Otak is lagging. It's all good. Massa with a million respawns. Binks will go under. That looked good, but he got a slowdown anyway. This is a weird game. Then Granati goes normal. Otak with the spin. Will work for it. And Granati has to respawn. And this should be another ace. So Granati's actually safing, and it's costing him. Otak, that's kind of rough. They can't go safe. They decide not to, and they make it. They had 6 seconds to be fair, so even with a respawn, they could have had another chance. And Big, again, falling apart on Sunburn. (7-1) is a huge lead by Boca, but if there's any team that can turn this around, it's gonna be Big. Because we remember what they were able to do in 2023. They are the team known for getting back-to-back-to-back aces. So they can definitely win 3 in a row here. And they win the map. Binks looks a bit better, yes, but not as good as the big players. Oh, big strong start. Massa in first. Doesn't clip, and Binks is out. Ooh. Ooh, could this really be the start of a comeback? Otak makes it work, but also gets a slowdown then. Granati will go for the normal way again. Makes it work. And they cannot go safe this time because Otak is too close. So they have to go for the jump. Oh, Massa there jumping over the edge. But does survive. Both will survive. And that's a counter ace straight away. Big are not making this easy, but if Binks is gonna be 10 seconds behind, then it's not really a tough job for Big to get done. Binks just doesn't look as good as usual. Look at this, 40% crashes. And he's usually the round winner. He does crash here and there, but he wins so many rounds as well that it doesn't matter. However, he's not winning rounds against Big. Gets the best start though. With Granati a bit behind. And the Big will be so confident after that round. They surely believe they're gonna turn it around now. High for Granati. Fighting with both the blue players. Massa a bit ahead. Again, nobody gets cocked by the water physics. And Granati a little clip there on the right. Can still come back. But we are looking at an ace. Banks just doesn't care, and he messes up, allows Granati to pass him by going under the checkpoint. Granati struggling a little bit, but will still pass Binks, who makes a mess of the 360 strategy. Massa still in first. Looking like a victory here for Big. Can they all make the jump? And yes. That's a victory for Big. So 8-6 now for Boca. Still in the lead. Still with a good chance to win. They just need a victory. So Big gotta make sure they don't make it easy for him. No early mistakes. Great start by Binks. Can he step it up now when it matters the most? Super close round, but then Massa with a respawn. This is the chance. They gotta do it now. It's only Granati and he usually goes safe in the ice section, but he gets the most speed out of that. Will they go under? That is the question now. Oh, Binks sets it up. Binks is going. But then messes it up again. Seems like it's really not working out for him. Granati's still going safe and he is gonna get punished so hard for that. Now he's losing to Bolt. And Boca just need one player to survive this. Granati 2 wide clips. Can they make it? And that's an ace. And Boca pulled one back. It's not over yet. Massa just not looking anywhere near as good on Sunburn as on Limbo and whatever they played before. Because his stats were unreal. But then again, as it says, stats are useless. So what do we have left? We have Ascension. Get in. Yeah, I wonder who you're supporting. I have no idea how Boca are on this one. No clue. I know Big are quite good here. We'll see about Boca. There's a bit of hate watching going on. All good, all good. I mean, Boca can still win. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. Binks with a little keyboardy taps. Drops a little bit behind. I can imagine this start is a bit more rough with a keyboard. But then it's Otak and Granati actually, who find themselves fighting for third. Onto the wood part. Binks risking so much. And it doesn't pay off at all. He clips on the exit. Will drop down to last. Massa in first. Nobody going for the drift in this match. Otak is able to close the gap a little bit. Onto the no slides. Oh, Granati so close. Had to release. Otherwise, he was gonna respawn. Safe drift as well. Looks like he's settling just for a victory and then trying to see if Otak is gonna allow him to get an ace. Whereas Otak is the one who needs to attack Massa and maybe try to make something happen, but Otak messes it up. And this is an easy ace now for Big. The question is, do they know? Granati, that's quite a risky jump. I'm pretty sure he didn't know. Strong start by Massa. 106s is what the players are always looking for on Ascension. But again, it was Binks who put Otak in a difficult position. And I guess Otak should have just settled for the loss. Once again, he is in last. And once again, Massa is in first. He has very strong starts on Ascension. Binks this time survives at least, so we still have a round on our hands. And once again, it's looking like a victory for Big. All of them make the jump, but Big profiting way more right now in the top two. And Boca will have to start risking as we go on to the latter part of the map. Massa still holding strong. Binks with an attack on Granati for second. Oh, Granati is struggling and the blue duo are catching up. He's the one they need to beat. But then Otak slides out. And it's up to Binks to make sure he gets second. He has way more speed than Granati, but goes so wide. Will jump higher. Binks will get it done anyway. And that's a match PB for Massa, who is playing so well on Ascension. Very, very strong match time. And if he keeps that up, then Boca have no chance here. Because it's very unlikely you're gonna get aced if you drive like that. 5-1 for Big. Still a good round for them. They would absolutely take a victory in that case. And Binks messes up the turn, will drop the gear. He is already fighting an uphill battle, and you can see the late respawn. He didn't even respawn straight away. He knows how deep in the mud he is, but then again, so is Massa. Can't even make the jump. What a mess of a round this has been. It's so far spread out, but it definitely goes into Big's favor. They are gonna be more than happy to get a draw out of a round like this. Whereas Boca at least would need a victory. I mean, Granada clips, it doesn't matter at all. He crashes again. Gotta get the crashes out of his system right now when he can, because Binks is 10.5 seconds behind. Let's see if Ota can make the jump. Ah, nicely done. Granada in second, Massa in third. And they will absolutely take that. So again, it's Binks with the mistake on the little wood part.
Draw.
Needs to make sure he cuts that out if they're gonna have a chance. Because this way he's just making it too easy. Big are more than happy to draw. They don't even have to attack Otak for first. They're just waiting for a mistake. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, no problem. Massa usually with a strong start. Not this time, however. He is in last. And now let's see if Binks can make it. Yes, he does. Still in first. And this is looking great for Boca so far. They gotta get this ace here. Massa jumps quite far, will not be able to catch up, so he concedes third to Granadi. Well, Binks had to release late, so will lose to Granadi definitely. Goes wide even, will have more speed. Pays off for a moment, but it's still super close here for second. Massa clips, and this is all on Granadi. He has to deny here. Good ice slides from both blue players. They should get it done. They are ahead enough. Granadi cannot make it, even with the super low jump. And Boca fight back. Super strong round. Double 106.8. That's actually 106.9 by Otak, but close enough. And it's 5-6. Boca are coming back. They're not done yet. And it seems like Massa really is the key player today. Because Granadi is a little bit slower. So they need Massa to deny these aces. Strong start again. Let's see Binks on wood. Makes it. Does it just a little bit safer, and that's enough for him to make it. Just gotta stay in the round. Don't make it too easy for the opponent. Especially after Otak makes that mistake there, which costs him half a second. So it's up to Binks to deny. He doesn't want to get counter-raced straight away. After all that work, he goes so wide there. Goes for the speed, and that's a mistake by Massa again. Yet another respawn after a very strong start to Ascension. He is now falling apart. Will allow Otak into third as well. Or exit. Binks is safe in first, so this should be a victory here for Boca. Not enough there for Granadi to catch up. And we are equal at 7-7. Anybody's map still. Looking for that ace. Big trying to win the match. Boca trying to mount a comeback. A good start so far by everyone. Still haven't seen any mistakes here, which is interesting. Only a few slower starts. Onto Wood Otak with a weird angle, and will drop down to last. Nobody no sliding there either. I guess the risk-reward ratio is off in their opinion. So Otak still in last, but Binks has to release just a little bit. Drops down to third all the way, but he will have more speed as usual. And this is super close. Anything can happen still, but Massa again for the third round in a row with a mistake. This time it is a smaller one, but it could be enough for Boca to win with an ace. And slow exit yet again for Otak. He's really struggling there. with the ice exit. But there will be enough for Binks to win. And Otak even loses to Massa. So it's only a draw. And Otak could really be scary here. If he just cleans up that ice exit, he's always losing there. Now both teams could win with an ace or a victory. And the Massa really needs to wake up. After their strong start, this is yet another smaller mistake. He's just not feeling it anymore. And it is on Granati to deny here, but that's an amazing wood turn. Will allow him to catch up so much. He's almost caught up with the pack. Low jump coming in, but he is losing a little bit compared to others still. Good turn there, but releases then very late. Doesn't want to get wiped out. I think he would have made it anyway, but sometimes better safe than sorry. But then clips again in the exact same spot. And this could be it. Binks has stepped up definitely. He has won a couple. Can he win yet another one? Otak again too slow. But can Granati beat Binks? He has to. Low jumps for both. Granati versus Binks. I think Binks has it, and Binks does have it. 2-2 Boca are back.
Victory.
And Massa just so many mistakes back to back to back. Otak always slow on that ice exit, but it's really Binks who was the key here. Binks has woken up, clutched a few victories, and that's enough to force the decider, which is gonna be reunion. Like biggest Boca fan in the world. I mean, they could definitely do it now. I think Big should have closed it on Sunburn. But there was one specific round when Massa crashed before the bob. That's such a weird mistake that you don't really see. That was a huge throw. And from there it just all switched over to Boca's side. Like the momentum has completely swung. And right now, from 2-0 down to 2-2, this is huge. Let's see how mentally strong Big are. That's what it's gonna come down to, because Binks has stepped up. Sure, he's a little bit behind, but he's playing so much better than earlier on. And if he keeps it up, then Boca definitely stand a good chance. With Granati in last right now. Let's see how much they're gonna risk here. Oh, Massa with the apex line. Cutting it, and it is working out. All of them get the drift. Massa is risking so much. Goes super wide to get a better angle, and he is still in first. Trying to secure that draw, but then huge mistake by Otak. You don't see that ever. A player crashing there. So it's up to Binks to deny, who has overtaken Massa, and he will get it done. Binks 107.3, Massa as well, but a bit slower. And Binks is smashing right now. The beast has awoken. And he's back. See, I'm telling you, Binks should have closed it before Binks woke up. And now Granati already with a mistake. The start can be tricky, so this is not uncommon. But he needs to overcome this 0.4 deficit. Very strong start with Binks yet again. Otak is in second. It looks like it's up to Massa to deny, because Granati has no speed over the stretch. Massa in second is still fine. He just has to get second at least. He doesn't have to push for first because Binks is already so far ahead. He pushes anyway. Makes it over the gap. Good turnaround as well. But it's all in this drift. Who can get it the best? Massa crashes, and this could be it. What an opportunity for Boca. They were 2-0 down. And this is it. This has to be the ace. Massa is too far behind. I don't know if they know. I'm not sure if they play with voice or not. But Binks? What is Binks doing? Binks playing on EPOS settings. And he's absolutely destroying Big right now. One of the best times we've seen online, and probably the best match time we've seen. Bing's absolutely unbeatable right now. And Boca in full control. Big about to throw, but then Binks crashes. He can't come back though. It's only 0.3. Okay, now it's 0.5. Now it's a bit worse. So up to Otek to defend, but Massa has decided not to participate in this round. So Binks is pretty safe in third. And Granati also with a mistake. Can this even be an ace? No, Binks. He's gonna get third at least. What a mess of a round this is. What is happening? This is gonna be an ace. This is gonna be 7-1. They're gonna Brazil big here. Unbelievable. Like, how is Binks in second here? Complete capitulation by Big. I have never seen a meltdown like this. 2-0 up, had everything in their hands. And they're completely dying. 12 seconds behind. How does he even flip there with the reactor? I've never seen that before. Unbelievable. Binks gets second with barely a 108. What a match. 7-1. I don't even know what he clipped. Like, how do you even do that? And he was safe in second. He just had to get second there. That's crazy. Like, he was in the middle of nowhere. He couldn't really lose second, and he couldn't really attack for first. That's such an uncharacteristic mistake from Granadi. Like, he's maybe the second last player I would expect to do that after Carl. That's crazy, but 7-1 is huge. I mean, Big can still come back. We have seen that from them in the past. But the momentum has fully swung the other way. Oh no. Up to Binks now. Otak is done. So Binks versus Big. Let's see. Massa with the risk. Binks with the risk as well. Both make it. He just needs second here. He would absolutely take a loss. Just has to make sure he doesn't get third. That's a good drift. He will catch up to both. He has slightly more speed. All to play for in the end. He's risking so much. That's a bad angle. But then Granadi crashes. Granadi is really giving it to Boca right now. Does he know though? Does he know? Does he know? Oh, he barely survives. He's risking so much. And he gets it. Victory for Big, but still good for Boca. 2 more victories for Big means Boca will win. So Granadi there with the throw. So Binks with an unreal attack and barely survives. Oh, Massa struggling a little bit. Makes it work. He's gonna be in fourth, but he's not out. At least gets the drift. Doesn't have to respawn here like before. He needs to overtake both blue players. They need an ace here. The victory is just not enough. Trying his best though. This is still okay. He can still catch up in the second half. What is happening to Otak? I think he's just lagging. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Otak is still in. Super close round. Anyone's game. Otak will have a bit more speed. All in this drift. Binks is in first. But then Granadi, another mistake. 3 rounds in a row from one of the most consistent players out there. And this could be over because Binks is first. He's so far ahead. Binks. Oh, he clips. And Massa will win and get the draw. It's still fine for them. They need 1 point. Big need 2 aces. Nothing else works. Either 2 aces or it's over. I mean, they're lucky that they even lose right now. Because Binks could have dropped the gear and won the round still. He had that big of an advantage. But it is possible he didn't know how far ahead he was. I don't know if he plays HUD on, if he checks HUD, or if he's full HUD off. I have no clue. So this is still a very good position for Boca to be in, of course. I don't think they're gonna ruminate on what happened right now. And Big are just 1 mistake away from dropping to the loser bracket. After looking unbelievable on the first 2 maps. A good start by them though. Otak a little bit behind. So Big can still save this. Well, all of them are risking. It's super close. Oh my days, all to play for in this drift. Big, oh, quite poor by Granati there. And he's losing to both right now. It's all up to him. Granati needs to beat both, but he is so far behind. As long as they don't get wiped out, it's over. No, Binks survives, and that is gonna be it. Binks just needs to get into the finish, and that is it. What a comeback. 2-0 down, and they completely turn it around. GG, what a match. Boca will play against Swift in the winner bracket final. Crazy comeback. Also gotta remember, Boca got demolished here by Big, but then again, Big are, I think, the only team that can rival Swift on Limbo. So this is gonna be really tough for Boca. And if they lose, they shouldn't really care about it. Just take it on the chin and move on. I think for them, this is almost expected to be a loss, but then if they win, that's massive. They're gonna be full of confidence in the case. So let's see. Can Swift get it done on their favorite map? Or will we see a little bit of a surprise from Boca? Oh, no prime there. Struggling a little bit with the start, which is not that difficult. So Binks right now is up ahead, but then touches, won't lose that much. Very, very lucky. And will allow Epos to overtake both of them. They're still in the mix. And I think most of this is just gonna come down to the turnaround. Who does it the best? Let's see. Who can do it? Oh, amazing by both Boca players, and Epos has failed a little bit. He's still in it though, has more speed than Binks. Will go up to second, Binks messes up. Binks has to respawn. So this could be a draw. The first Otak has to get over the line, has a little bit more speed than Epos. Has to go lower. Epos goes high in case Otak messes up, but he won't. And New Prime goes safe. Very smart. He knew he had the gap. And that's a strong opening time by Otak. So maybe what happened against Big was just an exception, and they're actually really good here. Let's see. Because that was a very strong match time by Otak. And Binks was right there with him before he messed up the jump onto the bob block. This time New Prime better start, but then Binks is out completely. That's just an unfortunate turn for Chem 1 players. And Binks cannot get past it. So it's up to Otak, who's made a mistake of his own. And all of a sudden it's looking very easy for Epos and New Prime to get an ace here. Otak with a respawn of his own. 2 even, 3 even. And look at the respawns. Okay, chance for Binks. Chance for Binks because New Prime didn't go for the reactor, but Binks is dead. New Prime tried his best to throw, but Binks makes a mess of this. And look at this. All of this happens because he didn't go for the reactor, but Binks is so far behind. Binks had a chance here. This is why I keep telling people, always go for the reactor, because otherwise you lose 13 seconds. Not every time, to be fair. And I have no clue what drugs New Prime is on.
Victory.
But somehow this is only a victory for Swift. Very unfortunate for Epos there. But I think at this point, in Regional 2, you have to know that you have to go for the reactor. Because the part after is gonna be a complete mess. And then you have to respawn. What is one of the worst respawns ever seen. You have to get the reactor, even if you miss. Just go back. But either way, it's still looking good for Swift because Binks is out yet again. And Epos looks as good as he always does. So another great opportunity here for Swift. Let's see if Otak can maybe get the sick turnaround. He's gonna try, but all of them get it actually. Epos gets it the best. Still a great fight here for first. Great turn by Otak. Goes a little bit higher. We'll have to concede second to New Prime. Epos slowing down. Look at how strong this round is. All have to jump low. Can they all survive? Yes, they can. And now it's an ace. Maybe they just didn't want to get it too easily. And now that Otak was pressuring, New Prime actually gets it done. That's an ace. And Swift are in a very strong position. This is gonna be an uphill battle here for Boca. 6-2 down. They started off quite well, but then it's all crumbling. Banks with 2 mistakes back to back. And Otak just cannot do it alone. Another good start by everyone. Banks a bit behind, barely avoids the pole on the left, but he's still in it. So it looks like the turnaround might decide it. The blue team is in control here. Everyone except Epos gets it. It's actually Otak and Banks who get it the best. Can they ace straight back? New Prime has to respawn. Epos a bit behind, has to full risk. He has to get second here at least. Oh, this is super close. Banks just cannot get the speed, and Epos might even win this. Trying his best, but it's gonna be only a victory for Boca. Great job by Epos. Banks with a slow ending there. Looked like they might get a counter race straight away. But Epos just too good.
Victory.
7-4 is still fine. I just gotta make sure it's not all victories now for Boca, because that would be an equal score of 10-10 then. Ooh. He's so lucky to even survive. That's a 3-second respawn there. But Epos somehow survives. And we'll make sure that in case someone else respawns, he's there to take advantage of it. So all on New Prime, we don't see this situation very often. So let's see how he's gonna react now that all the pressure is on his shoulders. And he is being pressured by 2 World Cup finalists. Can he handle it? So far allows Banks to go into first. Otak is still in third though, but we know that everything can be decided here. Oh, good turnarounds by everyone. New Prime actually gets it the best. And right now is denying an ace. On to the last part of the map. Can he hold on? This is super important. Fighting with Banks for first. Just needs to make the jump, but Otak will have more speed. Is it gonna be enough for New Prime? Oh, just barely. Match PB for Banks. And New Prime does deny, but that's another victory there for Boca, who are slowly eating away that gap. 2 more victories and it would be equal. But I think Swift will be happy with that. Swift are still fine with an 8-6, and they can win the map with a victory here. That is what they're looking for. So Boca cannot afford a mistake, and as I say, that Banks has to respawn. He's super far behind. And this could be the end. Otak has to win. He has no other choice. He has to win here. Unless New Prime forgets to get the reactor. Right now, still super close. Everything to be decided in this turnaround. What a jump by Otak there. And they all get it pretty good. Otak still first. He's still defending. This would mean... Oh, Epos with a mistake. But he can make it a second time. Banks is way too far behind. So he is first. We could move on to 9-7. The sudden death round. Oh, that's better by New Prime. This could be it. Epos makes it. And yes, that is enough for Swift. Amazing ending by New Prime.
Victory.
Gets it. Pixel perfect. And Swift get it done. As expected on Limbo. So I don't think Boca will be too disappointed. They know that their stronger maps are coming up. Epos didn't look as good as the match before, but maybe he just needs to warm up a bit. But then whenever he made a mistake, No Prime really picked up the slack. Seems like whenever Epos fails, No Prime plays his best. And whenever it's kind of easy to get the ace, No Prime makes a mess of it. So maybe the less he thinks, the better he plays. Let's see if Boca can fight back on Reunion. This is where they close the match against Big. So they're definitely gonna be full of confidence here as No Prime makes the first mistake in the start, leaving Epos alone against the Otak and Binks. So far so good, but he goes a bit wider, always steers, but then Binks crashes, has to respawn, and all of a sudden it's looking much better for Swift. Oh, poor turn there by Epos will allow Otak to create a little gap. But he does know that Binks is far behind. So the pressure is on Otak. One mistake by him and they could get ace straight away. Oh, but then No Prime with a respawn. Where is Binks? Binks has crashed yet again. So the real fight is here for first, and Otak with a much better line will be able to keep the gear. Epos has crashed, but it doesn't matter because the others are so far behind, and look at No Prime somehow plus 13 on Reunion. So Boca will somehow get a victory out of this, looks like, because both have made mistakes yet again. They've crashed in every turn of round 1. So it can only go up for Binks and No Prime from here. Both on plus 13. And I think Boca can be very happy with a victory after a round like that. But that's an early mistake by Binks. And he's looking more like Binks from the start of the match against Big than the Binks from the end of that match. So right now, it's all on Otak every single round. He has to defend. So far, so good. Makes it through the drift. Gap is still the same. And the task is still the same. He has to deny here. Epos the only one risking. Oh, but then Otak, even though he didn't really go with the gap, almost flips over, and that's an incredible save actually. Will stay in the round. Solid drift, but both blue players get it better. So Otak drops down just a bit further. And this is a great opportunity for Epos and No Prime to ace. Even Binks is caught up. They both keep the gear, and Otak just can't do anything here. Strong round, 0.3, 0.4. Very, very good for Reunion. And Swift could take Boca's map here. But we have seen them come back from a 2-0 deficit, so this doesn't have to mean anything. Good start by everyone, no mistakes now. Binks is still with the rest of the pack. So he's gonna be happy with that. Makes that turn as well. And we have a real fight here. Both Binks and Otak with a better turn than Epos and No Prime. But then look at how close this is. Oh, 3 players caught in the corner. All of them making it work, so No Prime drops down a bit. As he is the only one who didn't. Then Binks, a mistake again. Yet another respawn. And this is amazing for Swift. They can get the victory, or they can just get an ace, because Otak crashes. And this is very easy for them to drive into the finish. They don't have to risk whatsoever. As you can see, No Prime drops the gear, because he doesn't have to be careful at all. And that is a massive, massive lead for Swift. Boca are nowhere near their level against Big on Reunion. They're completely falling apart, especially Binks, who has crashed every single round so far. Not looking like himself at all. Now this time it's Otak with an early mistake, and Swift will absolutely take that. Binks with a mistake of his own. And he just can't drive around cleanly anymore. Now, something that can happen in these situations is that the previous match was so mentally taxing and there was so much adrenaline. It's possible that he just cannot keep up anymore. Maybe he just needed a longer break. I mean, he is coming back after a mistake, but this is still a very strong position for Swift, and he's even out now, so yeah, this is over. This is map number 2 for Swift. But as I was saying, some players prefer to go match after match straight away, no break whatsoever. Some prefer to have a break. And a match like the one against Big really takes a lot out of you. It's 5 maps. Every round is so close. It's not easy. Especially when you have to play against such a good team as Swift, who were able to have such a long break. Also gotta keep that in mind. Because Swift won very quickly. Like, we were able to join the other match on map 2, and it went all the way to map 5. So Swift had a very, very long break. That could honestly make all the difference, because Binks just didn't look like himself on Reunion at all. Let's see here. Same situation for them as against Big. But they have to fight through Epos on Ellipse. So I think the task at hand is a little bit more difficult right now. And then again, whoever wins this gets a very long break till the final. So that could, again, play a major role. So Otak, slightly slower start. It's still fine. He's still in it, but we'll have to step it up a bit. As we know, this is Boca's second pick. Oh no, he's out. It's all on Binks. It's all on Binks here. And this is an amazing round, by the way. This is very difficult to play against. So it's not that Binks is playing bad or slow. He's just playing against an incredible team here on Ellipse. He does manage to go into first, however. He's not giving up yet. Looks to be very evenly matched here. Onto the bug slide. Oh, Binks, that's really poor. He will have to concede. And I'm not sure he can catch up this much in the end. He's relying on a mistake. Otherwise, this is going to be an early ace for the blue team. And they do it. 0.8, 0.9. Very, very strong round. All the way through. Incredible first half. And they just kept it up in the second one, Binks. Just one little mistake there on the backside exit. Had to go too wide. And that was enough to drop to third. That is usually the biggest difference maker here in the second half of Ellipse. And first half is usually an accumulation of smaller mistakes. Oh, Binks keeps the gear. What a start. Wants to fight back straight away. And they gotta at least get a victory. Otherwise they could be in the mud early on. Well, different approaches to that bug slide. But they all make it. New Prime still a bit behind, but can catch up. Let's see the checkpoint here. Very, very strong again. The level is super high. Then New Prime, big mistake. Clips even doesn't recognize that it has to slow down. So the pressure is on Epos, but we know he can handle it. Oh, Otak, full crash. So Binks versus Epos for first. Otak will most likely be able to stay in third at least. Binks here looking for that victory. A draw doesn't do anything for him. Much better than round 1. He has more speed than Epos. All to play for in the end of this round. Who is gonna go tighter? Who's gonna risk more? Binks still looking good, but Epos gets it simply too good. Cannot make it. Double 0.8. And this is what I mean with Epos on Ellipse. How do you beat this? This is his average round. This isn't even his best round. So only a draw there. Boca just not able to come closer. With both of them clipping a little bit. Doesn't really matter, luckily for them. But then Otek, what a little mistake. And he's starting to accumulate. And now Binks has made a mistake. So again, Epos and New Prime far ahead, but then New Prime clips. So again, same situation. Otek and Binks versus Epos. Can they make it count this time? Let's see the checkpoint. A little bit slower this time. Seems like all the players have made smaller mistakes. Different approaches yet again. Otak and Epos with the same one. Binks with the other one, but they just cannot catch up to Epos. They're really trying hard. And I think the only place where they might have a chance is if he messes up this bug slide here. But he's so consistent. He does lose a little bit, but it's just not enough and they cannot catch him. In theory, he can just win this on his own. Look at this, they just cannot catch him. 0.9. Again, solid round by both of them. And this can easily be an ace against the majority of other teams. But here it's just not enough. And that ace in round 1 could prove to be costly. Still no crashes in the start. Also gotta say, that's pretty impressive by Binks after clipping. Means he drove an insane round actually. Other than that, but Epos there. What was that approach? But then Binks is just out. And it's all on Otak here because I think getting aced here would mean the end. Binks is just completely out. And this is very, very tough for Otak here. He is in third now. Oh no. It's all good. His internet is also struggling to keep up with New Prime and Epos. Are playing so well. This is pretty good though. He will catch up a little bit, but is it enough? He has to go all in. Just go all in. There's nothing to lose here. Oh, he's trying, but look at the line from Epos. It's pixel perfect. He cannot do anything. Insane round. 74 by New Prime, 89 by Epos. Absolutely unreal performance. This is why I said that Boca shouldn't pick Ellipse. I know they're good here, but they're not as good as Swift. Swift are the best team here. You cannot beat this. Match point for Swift. Just looking for a victory, and the Boca players just cannot get first here. So how are they gonna get an ace, let alone multiple? Otek already behind. And Epos already in control here. New Prime in third. So far so good for Swift. This is exactly what they need. Otak is out. Binks needs to win. It's all about Binks now. Binks has to win this round. This is a world record checkpoint. This is an unbelievable round. Let's see if we can keep it up all the way till the finish. This is the best round we've seen so far. Binks absolutely destroying. But Epos is actually keeping up. Let's see what's gonna come out of this round here. Does Binks have to drive world record to beat Epos? Oh, Epos clips. Let's stay on board with Binks. I just want to see this ending. So far, so good for Boca. They will stay alive for another round as long as Binks keeps it together. That was pretty good. Let's see the time. 110.6. So he did slow down in the second half, but this is still an unreal round. Amazing job by Binks. So they are alive, but they need 2 aces. Just to tie. Crazy, crazy by Binks, but we have seen Epos drive better than that. That's what's mad. This time, slower start, and they need to win. Swift just 1 point away. One Boca mistake away from going to the grand final, which will be played later on. What a turn by Binks again. He has woken up finally, but it might be too little too late. It is top 2 right now for Boca, but look at how close this is. Epos and New Prime trying to at least beat one of them. Right now, They're looking more likely to beat Otak, who is in last, has dropped down a bit. And he needs to pull something here. He needs to do some magic. Oh, that's better than New Prime at least. So Epos versus Otak for that all-important second place. I mean, Epos can still win even. Epos so tight. Epos will get it. And Epos will get him over the line. Another unreal round by Binks. But it's just not enough. And had he played like this before, then maybe they would have had a chance. But Epos too strong. 3-0 by Swift. Dominant performance. Both of them played really well. Both played really, really well, to be honest. And that's definitely a deserved win. Binks just not as good as the previous match, and Swift were able to take full advantage. Epos perma 110. Yeah, but that's what I said. He does do that. He's always under 111. That's why you don't pick ellipse against them. You just leave it for later and hope that you can maybe carry some momentum into it and surprise them. Yeah, this is looking quite bad here. Look at this. Exact same time. Thanks, James. Yeah, Swift looks like the best team so far. I think Boca can beat them, but they need to play better. They need to be at their very best. Like they were against Big in the second half of the match. That way they can. Yeah, that's an F. That's definitely an F. Need to give you guys a prediction win. So Swift won. There you go. Oh no. Oh, it's all falling apart here. Let's see the stats. Very similar. Paco dominating, I guess. Not this round, however. That's 8-2. That's gonna be very hard to come back from. Oh, it's not looking good. Surely we don't lose the Lion Coast. Time for a comeback. 2 aces, I guess. Like they can afford 1 victory, 1 draw, but they need 2 aces. A good start at least. Oh, that's a touch there by Paco. Aurel is so good. And Paco, all of a sudden already in second. So Tona in last, this is super close. Still a pretty good chance for Nemesis to ace. Tona fully pushing. Let's see if they risk here. Not really. Very few Europeans there risking. It's mostly Big. Oh, Tona slow Aurel down. This is the chance. They just gotta beat Tona. They have around point 15. What is a Mime doing? Yeah, that's not it. Tona might even win the round. No way. Nah, Paco gets it. But it doesn't really help. The assignment is still the same.
Victory.
2 aces. 2 aces or it's over. And is Aurel really gonna crash 2 more times? I highly doubt it. There's no room for error for Mime or Paco. That's very safe by Mime. He's dropping quite far. I mean, he's not out of it yet. Okay, Aurel with a little misstep. Oh no, it's over. It's actually over. I mean, they can still win the other 2, I guess. Ah, there's no chance. They're not gonna throw this. It's nice and easy. You can't really throw Reunion if you're a good player. If you have this big of a lead. It's too easy to save it. I mean, the only map that's throwable, I would say, is Limbo, maybe. In a situation like this. Everything else, you're gonna get over the line if you have 5 seconds. To be fair, even on Limbo, you should, if you're trained. And 2-1 for Lion Coast. Let's see. I have no clue how good either team is here. All I'm gonna say is, in regional number 1, we had a 100% win rate on Ascension. So I believe. Trust the Ascension process. Well, time for Nemesis to step up. It's also 2 keyboard players versus 2 controller players. That's very interesting. Mime completely different. It does work for him. Always interesting to see different approaches. Oh, Mime is out. I mean, he can capitalize on a respawn, but on pace, I don't think that's possible to catch up. It's up to Paco. Ooh, rough there by Paco. He is down in 3rd now. Survives barely. Different lines there for the uphill. Paco loses even more. Onto the ice section. Mime is completely out now. That's decent by Paco there. Will be able to overtake both. Little release there to make sure he doesn't get a slidey slide following the icy wheels. Paco gets it done. Nice. Very strong end. Both the ice and the part after. Paco saves the day. Mime needs to step it up a bit. Maybe that was just round 1. Maybe he needed to warm up a bit on Ascension. Again, this is clearly deliberate. He goes a lot tighter. I mean, if it works for him, then good. Now they all make it. Slightly better for the red team, but then the blue team coming back on 3rd, but then losing it again. Oh, so close. Paco, perfect landing. Pixel perfect. This is so close. Look at this. All 4 players inside of each other. Who gets the best drift? Tona somehow survives. Mime loses a lot. Ooh, again it's on Paco. Oh, he's playing so well. Getting chased down by the 2 Frenchies. Oh, he slides out. Oh, this is looking really bad. Mime is too far behind to do anything. Tona has clipped, but you can still make this jump with that low speed. That's not really an issue. You just want to make sure you don't clip right after the checkpoint. That's when you're in the mud. You can crash before, and you'll still make it. So that's an ace. And now it's looking bad. Mime needs to do something. I know Paco slid out, but at this point it was on him already. For the 2nd round in a row. And this time it's Paco who is lagging behind. I think at this point you just take it easy and hope that your opponent gives you an opportunity to come back. You don't risk over the top. Because usually that's how you make the 2nd mistake and then you're fully out. Right now he can still take advantage of a smaller mistake from Aurel or Tona. A bit of a release. Not really gaining or losing anything. Up to Mime to win the round. Maybe someone slides out. Completely different approaches for Ice. And yes, it's Aurel sliding out. Mime in first. Tona needs to make sure. Well, he's not even gonna get second, he's gonna get first, and that's gonna be a draw. Strong end by Tona. But the times are not the best. You can see a very big difference between the level here and, for example, what Swift displayed. Oh. That's rough. That's why keyboard is tough to control in the start. You definitely have an advantage with an analog device in this start, because it's so precise, and often you just stop steering to avoid crashing on the inside, you're gonna crash on the outside. That's how precise it is. So keyboard definitely a disadvantage in the start here. It's just unfortunate that both of them are keyboard players. Oh no. It's the same thing as the previous map. It's gonna be 8-2 again. It's too far. I'm not sure he can catch up 0.3. They have to make mistakes for him to catch up. That's not a good ice slide either. And Tona got it bad, but it doesn't make any difference. Lion Coaster 2-8 up. But the times are not the best. Like, Paco and Mime at their peak should be able to overturn this. Double 107 low should get it done. And in that case, Lion Coaster would be pushed way more. So maybe they would make mistakes of their own. Right now it's usually 2v1 always. So they don't even have to do anything special. Still close. Mime just has a weird line there. I don't like that at all. He's so close on the inside and then has a bad angle for the left turn. I don't like that. He is quite far behind already, and he's clipped as well. I mean, a draw keeps them alive. It's really not looking good. If Paco slides out, it's over. If he even loses to Tona, it's over. Much better for Paco. No, it's fine. It's fine, he saves match PB for Paco, so that's exactly what I said. Those are the times that he needs to drive that are gonna guarantee him to beat Lion Coast. But Mime has crashed pretty much every round. Yeah, it needs to be, well, it needs to be double ace. Okay, decent start. Tona, no, he's still here. Aurel is still here as well. Yeah, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. That approach just doesn't work. I'm sure he's put in a lot of time, and for him in practice it did, but I don't know, for me it never worked, what he's trying to do. Maybe something to think about for the next regional. Because he's failed on wood almost every round. It's obvious that he needs to change something there. Yeah, that's a free ace. It's actually over. 3-1 for Lion Coast. I can't believe this. I mean, they played really well. Very few mistakes. And that was the difference. They just aren't making mistakes. They're not driving that fast. But every round there's at least one Nemesis player dying. 1 second. Of course, Masa has made a mistake after I praised him. Well, it's still fine. On Limbo, he can come back with a sick turnaround. This is okay. Especially if he steps on it a bit. Granati doing a good job. Has to make sure he gets first. Let's see, coming up to the most interesting part of the map. Who's gonna get it the best? Oh, and Massa just destroys both Lion Coast players. Look at how much more speed he has than Tona, and the rally is completely stuck. So this could still be a big ace. Tona trying to defend Massa with a better approach. He's gonna have the same speed roughly as Tona. Who gets the better flip? Looks like it will be Tona. And Granati wins the round. Victory for Big.
Victory.
Tona is playing really well. The Nadeo shackles are off. And he's really showing up. Yes, as you can see, Massa, for example, is using it. And it makes a massive difference. It's also the way EPOS pulls away every single time. The top players are indeed using it. I mean, you have to if you want to be competitive. And as usual, after I praise a player, he's in the mud. So it's up to Aurel here to defend. But again, it does look like they're fighting a losing battle here. Because Big are just so good on Limbo. Let's see. Now look at how much better it is. Aurel just cannot keep up. And if one team is doing it and the other one isn't, it's over. It's too big of a time gain. Aurel is trying, but without a mistake, he cannot catch up this much. They both go low. Granati very slow, but manages to finish in second. And you can also see how much better the times are. So all of the times are around 0.3 faster on average. Of course, players are more trained, but that strategy has sped up the map so much. That's 5-1 for Big, and great start for them. Ooh, mistake by Massa. Not the biggest one though, he's still in. Doesn't have to respawn. I don't know, it's not that hard really. With some practice, if you truly understand what you have to do, then you can clearly see that the players are very consistent with it. And again, when Massa makes a mistake, Granati is there as the insurance, and we also know what's gonna happen here. Aurel falls off. Aurel is just not having a good time there with the turnaround. And Big are happy to get a victory here. And Tona can finish second at best. Oh, Granati goes high, the other two go low. Good enough for Granati, and that's 7-2 for Big. A very expected outcome so far. Just one ace away. If Massa just cleans up his round a little bit, it's already over. The difference in quality on this map is too big. It's Big are almost unbeatable. I'd like to see Big against Swift on Limbo. And yet again, maybe I just shouldn't praise anyone. I should just bash him and say they're all trash. Maybe then they're gonna drive 105s. Let's see if Massa can defend. This is the opposite scenario. Usually Granati is the slightly slower but more consistent one. And Massa cannot afford to mess up this turnaround, which he won't. Nicely done. Pulls away as Granati respawns yet again. And Massa will be very happy to get the draw here. Just needs to get the rest of the round clean. So far, so good. Aurel has made a mistake, but it doesn't really matter. As Massa finishes it with a 106.13. Solid round time. And Granati with a slow round, but it's fine because his teammate was there. And so far, he was playing amazing, so one bad round doesn't mean anything. Good start by everyone, but then Granati slides out just a little bit. It's not a big deal. And they only need a victory here to win the first map. Which I'm sure is exactly what they expect to happen here. Incredible start by Massa. He's on a really strong time. This could be 105 if he keeps it up. And Aurel is out. This should be over on Limbo. They can save it at this point if they want to. They have such a big lead. Yep, look at Massa just zooming away. Tona is losing even more. From 0.45 to 0.73 behind after that turnaround. And can they get another ace? I think Massa has slowed down just a little bit, but it's still a very good round. He's gonna go safe. This is a new and reformed Massa. The old Massa would have gone full risk just for a 105. But this map one for big, and we're gonna watch the other one as promised. It should have started by now. Okay, well. Dawn already one map up. So it wasn't 10 minutes. Or maybe they just got 4 aces. Well, either way, this is the match we wanted to watch. And Dawn look very good. This time, however, Scandir with a mistake. First round on Ascension. Well, Stuft's kind of slow. Will allow Scandir to catch up a lot. Wazil still in first. This is still looking pretty good for Dawn. Who gets the best ice exit. It's actually pretty good for everyone compared to what we've seen all day. And it will be Wizzy winning the round. Slower one, but good enough.
Victory.
And Wilder 2-1 up. On what is their first pick. And Scandir is doing that mime line. I'm not sure if it's on purpose or not. Going a bit tighter, and he loses a lot. However, it's Stuft really who's made the bigger mistake, but it's Scandir also doing the mime line on wood, and he's completely out. Leaving Stuft alone in third. Can't really catch anyone or drop down to fourth, so he's quite safe there. It's Wizzy versus Wazil. Stuft with a respawn, but I think it should still be in third. Let's see who is gonna take this. Oh, Wizzy again, great turn. Looking to get another victory. Then that exit is gonna be very bad. Makes it work though. But Wazil has more speed. Wow, what a jump. That really saved him. Wazil was catching up. You could see that he got more speed out of ice. But then the jump was just perfect. A much better round.
Victory.
So far, so good for Wizzy. And Stuft's very lucky that his respawn didn't cost him his third place. Wild, so far, playing much better than yesterday. Oh, Wazil very tight. Makes it. And yeah, you can see the Scandir is doing that on purpose. It's going for that alternative line. Much tighter. And it doesn't seem to be a difference in the end. It's just preference, I guess. Stuft's in first. Wizzy fighting for second. This could be huge for Wild. Wazil barely makes it with his drift line. Again, looking at another victory for Wild. But then Wazil with an attack on Wizzy. Manages to overtake for third, but Wizzy is back. And this is super close. Stuft touches. And all of a sudden, this could be an ace for Dawn. Let's see what happens on ice. Now Wazil manages to stabilize, but it's Wizzy who profits the most. He was fighting for second, and all of a sudden, he's gonna win his third round in a row. Wizzy carrying very hard right now. 3-round wins. And is really denying Dawn from doing anything on Ascension. Such a strong performance by Wizzy so far. Again, nice start. He is in first. Great angle there. And unfortunately for him, his teammate is in last. Manages to at least keep the gear. Goes over the gap and doesn't get punished. Same exit as Scandir pretty much, but then different line. On dirt. Makes it work. Super close. All of them make it yet again. And I feel like we've seen this scenario every single round. It's Wazila versus Vizzy. And then Scandir and Stoof just a little bit behind. Making a few mistakes here and there. Still anybody's round. But then Wizzy with the first mistake. And can Stoofs maybe cover him? No, Stoofs can only slide out. But Wizzy usually has decent ice exits. Then Wazil slows down so much. Wizzy will be able to overtake Wizzy from third to first yet again. Wizzy is just unreal in this end.
Draw.
Wizzy is cheating in that jump. I have no other explanation. That should have been an ace for Dawn, but he gets it pixel perfect. Incredible. And Dawn just cannot make any progress. Even when Wizzy makes a smaller mistake, they just cannot profit of it. The pace isn't there really from Dawn. And Stoofs is out again, but Wazil with an even bigger mistake. And this really is the Wizzy show, who is completely dominating. 0.5 ahead. He can take it easy from now. Just gotta make sure he gets decent exit speed out of the sausage drift. That was a huge swing there. What makes it. Stoof's safe in third. Wazil can't really do anything about his fourth place. Completely relying on mistakes. And let's watch this ending by Wizzy. He can go safe this time, of course, if he wants to. But no, he just keeps it the same. Great round again. And that's another victory. So right now it looks like they actually aced. But it's all been through victories and Wizzy has won every single round. Wizzy absolutely unbeatable. Stoof's struggling a little, and yes, he has to respawn. Stoofs is struggling again, like yesterday, but Wizzy is invincible, and Wazil is trying really hard. You can tell that the mistakes he's making are due to him trying to beat Wizzy, because when he plays normally, he's just not fast enough. So he has to push a little bit too much, and that results in those mistakes. Scandir has to respawn. Wazil also with respawn. Stoofs is somehow still last, despite all of that happening. And Wizzy is all alone. Scandir is last. Unbelievable. Is this gonna be another victory? And that would be enough, actually. If Wizzy makes it, yes, he will. Stoofs somehow loses with a terrible ice exit, and Stoof drops it. That could have been enough.
Draw.
So, Dawn need an ace. And Wizzy is the absolute god of Ascension. Is it possible for Wizzy not to win a round? Now or never for Dawn. Now everyone making it. Scandir a little bit behind. And he knows what the assignment is. Stoofs is out. Wizzy is very slow. Could they actually come back? And they need a buffer. Because Wizzy's ends are incredible. And he is already catching up. This is scary for Dawn. But they are doing well so far. Look at Wizzy going so wide. His line is completely different. It's very safe as well as fast. That's why he's dominating so much. He is catching up to Wazil. Oh, they gotta get it done now. There's no room for safing. Wizzy, that's good. That's better than what Wazil is doing. He just needs to get the jump. He does it. Does he have more speed? Yes, he does. One-man show. Wizzy wins 1v3. Incredible performance. He wins all but one round, and that one he didn't even have to win. Second was enough. 1-1. Onto Limbo, which is also a pretty good map for Wild. They were strong here in the first regional. Let's see how they're gonna do today. Who is gonna take the lead in the match? This is a very important map. A good start by Wild. Both of them up ahead. Wazil struggling a little bit, but survives at least. And he's only dropping further and further. Look at his start by Stuft. Very strong, but then makes a mistake yet again. So it's Wizzy against Dawn. We have seen this before many times. So it's all gonna be in the turnaround. Who can do the Richie turnaround the best? Let's see the gaps. Oh, Wizzy again fully catches up to Scandy. Wazil gets it quite bad. Let's see the fight for first. Wizzy has more speed, goes up in the lead. Scandir trying to keep up. He just cannot do it. Wizzy's section was way too good. Can they all make the jump? Oh, barely by Wazil. And Scandir actually overtakes Wizzy.
Victory.
Who went for the high jump, but that's not what you do when you have such a small lead. Bad decision there by Wizzy, unfortunately. Should have gone low. Oh, Wazil at least survives. Better than respawning. So it will be up to Scandir to make sure they don't immediately drop that lead. They have a 1 point, which could be crucial because Wizzy is also very far behind. So we have two fights here. Stuft and Scandir, and then Wizzy and Wazil. You never know what's gonna happen on Limbo. Oh, nice riff by Scandir. He will catch up further to Stuft. Onto the turnaround. Who's gonna get it better? Very slow there by Scandir, so Stuft pulls away a lot actually. Can he just make it? Wizzy with a respawn, so we are looking at a draw. Stuft so far so good. Just has to survive the ending. He can go high actually. Oh, but that's a mistake by Scandir. I mean, he is far ahead of Wizzy, so it won't matter. That's 105.98 by Stuft. Who finally stops crashing and immediately drives a 105. Yes, and indeed he actually did go safe. Still drove a 105. That was crazy. Let's see if he can keep it up, or if he's gonna crash the next 5 in a row again. Because if he plays like that, then this is gonna go wilds away, definitely. But then Wizzy... Seems like he's given his powers over to Stuft. Now it's Wizzy making the mistakes. Good start by the other three. With the blue duo chasing down Stuft. There's a mistake from Scandy on the NASCAR section. And Stuft is back to respawning. And Wizzy all of a sudden is in second. Let's see the turnaround. This is gonna be crucial. Who can get it better? Scandir didn't really get it last time. Wazil struggling a lot, but Wizzy... It's almost like he got stuck in the mud. He just couldn't move. Allows Scandir to pass, but Scandir crashes. Does he have enough to make it? No, he doesn't. Wizzy is in second. Wazil is so far ahead. Stoofts is still in last. No, now it's Scandir. Let's see if Wazil can make it. Yep. Wizzy in second. Makes it. Stoofts also makes it. And Scandir there. They had the ace. But Scandir touches. That is the worst possible place to crash on this map. Regardless of whether you take the checkpoint. If you don't take it, the respawn is long. If you take the checkpoint, you're dead. You really, really, really do not want to crash there. Oh, that's a flip by Wazil. That looked amazing. But unfortunately for Dawn, it's amazing for Wild, who have a great opportunity here to get at least a victory, if not an ace. That's exactly what they need to turn the score around. Stoofts again in first. This is an unreal checkpoint, by the way. He is on a world record start, but we gotta wait and see what he's gonna do in the second half. Wizzy a little bit behind there in third. Can't really move up or down, but let's see the turnaround here. Anything can happen. It's fine by both. Stoofts actually gets it much better. So he pulls away even further, and Wizzy drops down even further. Scandir this time has learned his lesson, so he does release. But then crashes, and that's great for Wizzy. Wizzy up to second. Let's see what Stoofts can do. Is he gonna go low? No, he goes safe. And the time is gonna be 106.02 again. Great round. Second half just wasn't as good. And Wild are fully turning this around. Dawn don't look good on Limbo, I'm not gonna lie. Too many mistakes. Way too many. And now the ace that Scandir threw away in the round before hurts even more. And he's dead immediately. You lose so much by doing this. So Wazil has to defend, and the most he can get is a point. So it's looking great for Wild, who might actually knock out the winners of the first regional. Look at this. Again, Stoofts, incredible start. He's doing much better on Limbo than he was on Ascension. He's actually stepping up. Wizzy also in second. It's all gonna come down to the turnaround. And we saw Wazil having some issues here before. This time better. Wizzy gets stuck. Maybe chance for Scandir to catch up. No, because Scandir also respawns. And he is having an absolute nightmare on Limbo. As opposed to Stoofts, who's been smashing it the past 3 rounds. Goes high, avoids the structure. Another very solid time. Stoofts right now really carrying. Wizzy also in third because Scandir is fully dead. A very strong position for Wild. Again, 8-5. They just need a victory, and if Stoofts can keep this up, it's over. Alright, Scandir gets past the start. Wazil gets past the water bounce. Much better already. Still very close, no mistakes. Nicely done by all players, as usual. Stoofts is in first. But then Wazil crashes. And this could be over. It's up to Scandir, who's been quite inconsistent. And Stoofts with the second respawn in this section. That is one of the easiest parts of the map. It's actually crazy how he is dominating the harder parts, but then crashes the easiest parts. Quite fascinating to see, honestly. Then Wizzy catches up. Oh, it takes Scandir even. You never know, this could still be a victory for Wild if a Wazil respawns. Much better by Wizzy compared to Scandir. He will make sure he gets first here. Scandir more speed. Is Wizzy gonna throw it again? Yes, he will. Wizzy, for the second time, loses it. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess, but at the same time, if Dawn get an ace, they win.
Victory.
I think he should have gone low. It's the second time he loses because he goes high. And now it's the sudden death round. Anything can happen here. Dawn have been very inconsistent as a duo, but they are definitely capable of getting an ace. So let's see. All or nothing for both teams. Very equal start. Look at this. All of them are together. No mistakes whatsoever. Within 0.1. And the round, of course, is a little bit slower because the pressure is a little bit higher. Super close. Scandir with the worst drift, but he's definitely still in it. And the turnaround just might decide it. Oh no, Scandir, huge mistake. This is terrible. But then Wiz is flipping. Scandir has to respawn. At least he knows he has to get the reactor. This is amazing for Wild because Stoops is still in first. And that Scandir respawn pretty much put a nail in the coffin for Dawn because Stoops cannot be caught. And Stoops gets it done. Nice job there by Stoops, who woke up on Limbo. Did respawn twice in the easiest part of the map, but other than that, really good performance. Completely different from what happened on Ascension. Big 3-0, I expected. Safe high jump loses around 0.3 compared to the low jump. So Big, of course, will play against the winner of this match here. And now we get to see the ultimate cinema map. This is exactly what we want to see. After this, you've got 2 matches and then the final. It's the winner here versus Big, the winner there versus Boca, and then the winner there versus Swift. Alright, Dawn gotta step it up. Dawn gotta wake up if they want to stay in the tournament and defend the title. Or are Wild actually gonna move on to top 4? Oh, Wazil so close there, makes it work. Wizzy is just a little behind. But he can catch up, of course. Scandir is so far ahead, doing his usual job of either really good time or completely out. Wizzy, terrible angle, he will have no exit speed whatsoever. It's up to Stoops to defend. Is he gonna go under? No, he's not. He just trusts the process, but that's a bump. So all of a sudden, it's looking really good for Dawn. Wizzy also with a normal turnaround. Stoops cannot even make it. So at this point, Scandir and Wazil can almost go safe. I mean, Scandir definitely can. Wazil shouldn't. They both go for the jump and both get it. New PB by Scandir. As I said, either a really good round or he's dead. Great start by Dawn. Very strong. Stoops completely in the mud. Maybe he's waiting for the last map to perform again. Nice start here. Good bug slice. All are with each other, but then Wizzy crashes. That's really bad for Wild, who need to make a comeback here. That was a mistake by Wazil. Just a keyboard issue, unfortunately. That part is a little bit more difficult on keyboard. So he's gonna be behind, but Dawn will be happy with Scandir taking first here. However, Wild are not giving up yet. They can make up the deficit, but they need an insane ice section. So will Scandir go safe or we go for the 360? Oh, Stoops, same mistake yet again. That Wizzy makes it, will catch up a little bit, but it's nowhere near enough. However, anything can happen in descending. Scandir has to make the jump. Oh, he gets stuck. He has to respawn. Where's Stoops? And Stoops makes it as well. That's an ace right back. Scandir doesn't even make it to the jump. Makes a mess of that beam. And that's an ace for Wild. Not looking good here for Dawn. Who could be out. They're 7 points away from going out of the tournament. But this is a very strong start. Look at Wazil go. He just made him mad. And Stufts has to release just a little bit just to make sure he makes the turn. That's also a terrible angle, so we'll have to slow down even more. Oh no, Stufts is Stuftsing. So this is another opportunity for Dawn to get another ace. It's only Wizzy standing in their way, and Scandir is in first. We know what Scandir is like. Low 106. Or he has to respawn. So far so good. Wizzy is out. Do they know? They can go safe. They can save everything from this point. Actually, Wizzy is much closer than I thought. Never mind, scratch that. They gotta jump. Actually, that's a really good recovery by Wizzy. Yeah, maybe tried a bit too hard. And on our back into a 3-point lead. We're only seeing aces here. Again, solid time. 106.3 is very good. Can Wild strike back yet again? Oh, nice start. So far, no wipeouts in the start. That's pretty good. Usually we see at least a couple of those on Sunburn. Good ice lights coming in. Wizzy is in first. Wazil as he goes so high. It's so crazy to see. But then Stufts again with a respawn, so Scandir crashes, but it's not the end of the world. He's better off than Stufts. Wazil barely survives. That could have been a full stop, but he makes it. So right now the players are really far apart. Everyone can just do their own thing and just get to the finish. A good 360, so Wazil actually catches up by 0.3. Wizzy is not out of the woods yet. He has to make the jump. Oh, Wizzy. This could be an ace. And it is. He couldn't make it, but he had to go for it. He got caught a lot on ice. He couldn't go safe. He just messes it up, and Dawn should get this over the line. They should get this wrapped up. Only 1 point away. And so far, Stufts has been respawning almost every round, so I think Dawn will feel very good about their position. Scandir with a small mistake, but that's fine. This is Sunburn. And he is already on Stufts' tail here. Goes lower as well. Very important. Overtakes Stufts. They just need one player to beat one red player, and so far so good. Oh, Wazil full stop. Up to Scandir now. Scandir has to make it work, even though they can't actually afford to get aced here. But they really shouldn't. Stufts, third time he's made that mistake. So Scandir... Oh, that was so close. And that means he can go safe if he wants to. As long as he doesn't mess up what he kinda has. So he shouldn't go safe. Yeah, that's good enough. And Dawn will win the second map. Good job by Wizzy, but you can't really do much when Stufts crashes every round. Maybe just a bad map for him. And so far, Stufts always plays well on odd maps. On even maps, he plays bad. So in theory, Stufts should be dominant on Reunion. Now, if that's the case, then Wild could win this. I don't think Dawn were that convincing here before. And I haven't really seen Wild today. Well, lots of World Tour points up for grabs. Whoever wins here goes to face Big in the next round. Let's see, Stutz with a slower start. Will have to fight back. However, he is still doing alright. He can come back from this, of course. As long as he makes no further mistakes. Good section there. Will catch up. Has a lot of speed. Into the drift. Kind of messes it up, but it's not that big of a deal. Still somewhat keeping up with the rest. Preying on a mistake. Oh no. Makes a mistake of his own. So it's up to Wizzy again to defend. Wizzy versus Wazil here for first. Wizzy messes it up. And opens the door for Dawn to get the first ace on Reunion. Wizzy quite far behind. There is no way he can catch up unless Dawn players allow him to. Nicely done by both. Just don't get wiped out. And that is good enough. That's gonna be an ace for Dawn. Solid opening round by Wazil. Not a 106 from Binks, but more than good enough. Very, very strong position for Dawn. And Wizzy will be hoping that his teammate can wake up. Stufs has now made so many mistakes back to back to back to back to back and so on. And Wizzy needs him to step up if they're gonna do something. And this is a great opportunity to do something because Skandir is kind of out. That's a terrible place to make a mistake. Because you will have no speed over the entire wood section. It's one of the worst mistakes you can make that don't involve a respawn. It's up to Wazil here to defend. Right now he is in the mix with the two wild players. Wizzy risking so much makes it work though. You can see that it does pay off. But Wazil with the best turnaround, so he catches up at least to Stufts a little bit. Again, great drift, will overtake both. What a turn there from Wazil. Nicely done, still in the lead. But both can still catch up to him. Just needs to make sure he gets at least second. That looks really bad. And that's a counter ace here. And that's a match PB for Stufts. Great job, he is back. That's the Stufts that Wild need if they wanna go up against Big. 3-3. Again, only aces allowed. Round number 3. Can they all make it past the start? Skandir can't. Again, it's up to Wazil. He wasn't able to do it last round. What about now? Stufts has lost a little bit, but that's still fine. He is definitely going to be ahead of Skandir, but then has to drift a little more than he would have liked. Wizzy also makes a mess of that turn. So Wazil is all alone ahead. He should be able to save it from this point on. The only turn that couldn't be problematic is that drift right up ahead. Can he do it? Yep. Doesn't get the skids overlap. Nicely done. Wizzy and Stufts as well. And the gap is just too big, so maybe Skandir can actually do something here. Both wild players have dropped so much that even Skandir is within striking distance here. Oh, he's coming closer and closer. Good turn by all three. Skandir is so close, but it's not close enough. And they barely hang on for that draw. Costly mistake by Skandir at the start. Nice comeback. Nice try at least. So 4-4. And 2-2 overall. 6 points away from winning the match and facing Big. Nice outside line by all of them. Again, everyone survives. No mistakes on wood. Closest round yet. Who can get the most speed here? It's the same for everyone. And Stufts is struggling so much with that drift. And I can say that it is one of the more difficult parts of the map. So I kind of get that. It's a very awkward Icy Wheels drift. So it's up to Wizzy here to make sure he gets at least second, if not first. And so far, so good. But he is being chased down by two players who got the drift much better than him. Oh, look at this. Wizzy has to defend. There's so much pressure on him. This is not when you want to get aced. Oh, Wizzy has to keep the gear. Makes it. Wizzy versus Wazil. Wazil, I think, has it. That's so close. And Wazil does have it. This could be huge. By 7,000ths of a second. Could this be the key to Dawn winning the match? Huge ace. At a huge moment. Pretty good round as well. Mid 107s. Wizzy just unable to defend. Unfortunately, Stufz has clipped a little bit. Not completely out, but he is kind of in the mud. So again, it's up to Wizzy. And this time, he cannot afford to lose. Another ace means it's over. Skander is a bit behind, but Dawn would be happy with a draw here. Of course, they want more, but Stufz is not playing well, so they're gonna be very confident about winning the other rounds. Wizzy driving over every gap imaginable and makes it work. Onto the turndowns, and they're going for more speed. Let's see who gets the drift the best. Wizzy, rough, very rough angle. Stufz with a respawn. This could be over. Wizzy has no speed. Both Dawn players have survived. And Wizzy needs to make a comeback. He is over 0.2 down now. 0.27. Both Dawn players. So Wizzy has more speed than Wazil. Wizzy, all or nothing. Wizzy trying. No, it's not enough. And Dawn with two back-to-back aces. That is it. It is over. Dawn win 3-2 over Wild. And earn a spot in the top 4. Dawn didn't look good on this, even against Wild. They got dominated by Stufz here. But let's see if they can maybe do better against Big. Let's see if they can pull a surprise. First round, Big already with a better start. Really showing why they're favorites, and then Wazil crashes so early on. It's up to Skandir. Try to get second at least. You do not want to get aced right off the bat. But look at this start by Big. They're driving hand in hand. So strong on Limbo. But as I say that, it's Massa with the mistake. And a really big one, allowing Wazil to overtake for third. So Massa's strong turnaround isn't going to make a difference here. It's Granadi versus Skandir. Granadi gets it much better. But cannot afford to make a mistake. He is the last line of defense here. Good job. Skandir is coming closer, but so far it's not enough. Skandir has to release. Both have to go low, otherwise they're gonna lose to the other one. And Skandir almost makes it. Wazil in third, and Massa, following that mistake, has to settle for last.
Draw.
Only a draw, and good start for Granadi at least. He's gonna be happy with that. Massa has to make sure he doesn't make mistakes in that NASCAR section. Much better start this time. How about that? It's Skandir with the mistake. Previous round it was Wazil, now it's Skandir. Just same situation for Dawn, but a different player. Trying to defend from getting aced. Great start by Massa. And this time around he doesn't crash on NASCAR. Keeps his lead and is doing a great job. Granadi even overtaking for second. And Big, as expected, looking very, very strong on Limbo. Can he make the turnaround work as well? Yes, he can. And Wazil loses even more compared to Granadi. So it's looking like an ace for Big as long as they can make it to the finish line. Wazil just unable to catch up to Granadi whatsoever. Who, if anything, is coming closer to Massa. They can both go high if they want to. Massa goes high, Wazil crashes. And that's gonna be an ace for Big. Nice try by Wazil. I mean, there was nothing else he could have done, really. He was over 0.3 behind. Had to try for, like, the lowest possible jump. 4-1 for Big. And so far, a mistake in each round by a Dawn player. And that already makes it so much easier for Big to play when they know that one player is already so far behind. Especially on their strongest map. And finally, Dawn make it through the start. What a turn there by Wazil, but makes it. Very good round so far. Even a little water bounce. All of them making it through the NASCAR section. But we know that Big have a big advantage in that turnaround. Definitely looking forward to getting to that part. But then Massa makes a mistake earlier. So he cannot make use of it at all. Even has to respawn. Second mistake in 3 rounds by Massa. It's up to Grenadi, who clips the bob. And now this is the golden opportunity for Scandir and Wazil to ace back straight away. They can go safe if they want to. They both jump high and it is good enough. And so far, more mistakes from Big than you would expect. Massa 2 out of 3 rounds. And Grenadi, you would not expect that from him. And maybe Big needed a bigger break. Till the next regional. But here we go with round 4. Let's see if Massa can bounce back. He is so fast, we know that, but can he just avoid making mistakes? And this time it's Wazil in first. But then clips the pole on the inside. Actually, pretty good recovery. It could have been so much worse. This way he's at least in contention still. Coming closer and closer to the turnaround. They all make the jump, and now here we go. And you can just see how much better Big are there. Completely dominating every single time. They're just gaining too much. And as long as they can avoid mistakes, this should be another ace for them. That looks pretty good. Scandir, maybe 1 speed more than Massa. All in this jump. Scandir makes it and wins the round. Double clip by Big. And Scandir with the clutch. Big with the hand-in-hand clip. They're actually lucky to even survive. Great job by Scandir. Wazil's slightly slower start. But he is in. Wazil is really struggling with the start every single round. But he always makes sure he's not fully out. Oh, Grenadi, weird line. Will have to readjust, allowing Wazil to catch up. Massa, strong start, but he has had so many troubles later on. Okay, through the NASCAR section, looking good for everyone. Massa still in first. Can he keep it together this time? Donner coming closer. Onto the turnaround. Oh, Grenadi looks better. Massa also falls off. What is happening to Big? Complete meltdown. And Dawn have a free ace. Just drive into the finish. They have 5 seconds, even more. That was unbelievable. One fell off on the left. The other one fell off on the right. And just like that, look at this. Jumping together into the finish. 8-5 for Dawn on Limbo. I did not see this coming. Big just have the turnaround so much better, but then they just fall off. Literally. I mean, they are still in. They can still win this, let's not forget. They're very fast. They can be consistent. They're not right now, but they're still in it. 1 ace and it's all equal. Still lots of work to do for Dawn here, but then Grenadi with a mistake. Wazil with a mistake, has to respawn. They're trading throws back and forth. So right now, it is a victory for Big, which would force a sudden death round. But can Massa even make it to the finish without making a mistake? That is the real question here. Has a massive lead. He doesn't even have to do the trick. He does it anyway. It's looking good. He has gained 0.3. But he needs to finish this in first. So far, so good. The other two are closer to each other, but we're gonna stay here, see if Massa can make it to the finish line. Jumps high, as does Scandir. Massa makes it, Scandir makes it, Granadi makes it. All of them make it, and this is gonna be a sudden death round.
Victory.
1 point needed for Dawn. 3 for Ace Experts big. Can the experts get it done? Oh no. This could spell trouble. Saves it. Granadi really not looking like himself. So many mistakes by such a consistent player usually. He's not out of it yet, but we gotta remember they have to ace. He has to beat both. So he needs to come back. He is almost 0.6 behind. Oh, he's just dropping further and further. Needs to make use of that turnaround strategy. Pray to Richie that it's gonna work. Good jump. And he is coming back a little bit. It's now 0.5 almost. It's not as bad as before, but he still needs way more. Oh, he needs to hope for mistakes at this point. There is no way he can catch up on pace. He has to go really low. Oh, that's not good enough, and Massa is dead anyway, and they get aced. Not only did he not catch up, Massa also made a mistake, and they got destroyed in the end. With Scandir, a match PB. And that is a win for Dawn on Limbo. Very unexpected. That is huge for Dawn. Can they take advantage of it? And win on their own map pick? Let's see. Big are good here. But at the same time, they were good on Limbo and they couldn't get it done. Oh, if they lose Ellipse, they're gonna be so mad. They're probably already mad. Tough spot for Big, because that was a map they were definitely planning on winning. Here we go. First round on Ellipse. Dawn looking to get their second map win, and Big need to fight back. Let's see how strong Big mentally are. Oh, great start by Massa. Looks very strong right now. Still anyone's game. Scandir barely avoids crashing there on the left. And Massa then, after an amazing start, clips and gives an opportunity for Dawn to maybe ace straight away. It's up to Granadi to defend, and he's been a bit shaky so far. Can he do it? Yeah, Wazil still in the lead. Scandir trying to fight off Massa. Still fine for Scandir. That's a really nice bug slide. But Wazil has conceded first to Granadi, so it's looking like a draw so far. Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity for Dawn. Could have maybe taken a victory from this. Actually, that's a really good round.
Draw.
And keep in mind that Granadi was behind. And Drive is an 89. So the pace is on point here. Pretty good opening round. Let's go into round 2. Massa again, different approach, but makes it work. Always approaches there from the very left. Looks like another very strong round. All the players inside of each other. Scandir drops the gear. And then drops even further. He is in trouble here. But then Big both go too wide, allowing Wazil to take over first. Scandir drops another gear, and somehow he's still in contention here. Makes it through the reactor section. Looking good. A look at the fight up front, but then Granadi with a mistake. will drop down to Skandir's place, and right now it's looking like a victory for Dawn, but anything can happen here still. Very good box slides by all of them. Super close fight here. Wazil trying to fight off Massa. Skandir allows Granati to pass him, goes way too wide. So this will be a draw. Wazil driving a PB even. Great pace. Another 0.8, another 0.9. And Wazil with a match PB. Very strong performance by Wazil so far. And Skandir didn't even do that poorly. Granati had an insane end. Oh, and now he's already behind. Up to Massa here. 0.46 is gonna be hard to catch up if Dawn are gonna play that well. And so far, they're doing amazing. Oh, Granati, another mistake. And another mistake. He is really struggling on ellipse. Made a mistake in the previous round as well, but was able to come back. Doubt it's gonna happen right now. Oh, Zil struggling a little bit, but at least he's ahead of Granati, so he's gonna be happy with that. And Massa has to make sure he doesn't die here, because that could be detrimental to their hopes. Look at this fight, they're equal. Who's gonna go tighter? Massa, such a good turn. Skandir fails. Massa wins the round. Skandir can go around. Barely makes it in front of Granati.
Draw.
Three. It's so close on the lips. Into the next round we go. Who's gonna get the ace here? That could be the key. Whoever gets the ace could win the entire map. Oh, look at this, super close. No mistakes so far. The teams seem to be so even on this map. Oh, better turn by Dawn. They are going much tighter. Making it, and now Massa trying to come back. It's all flipping in every single checkpoint. Now Wazil in first, Massa in second, but then Massa clips. So Skandir able to overtake. Massa is fully out. Up to Granati. But then Wazil gets stuck, and all of a sudden it's Granati in first. Wazil has to respawn. I think Massa will also overtake him, because he's so far behind. So this should, in the end, be a victory for Big. After all is said and done. Bit of a slower round, very chaotic, but it is Big who come out on top of this.
Victory.
Hello, crazy bus driver. Finally a victory for either side. That mistake by Wazil in the box slide proved to be crucial. So now they gotta pull it back, but then Massa again. He is complete out of this one as well. And he got lucky before that Wazil made a bigger mistake. So let's see if it's gonna happen again. Oh no. Was that Wazil? But he manages to stay ahead just barely. And we have two 1v1s. They're throwing back and forth. Granati doing a good job, quite far ahead of Skandir now. And it looks to be much closer there for third. Because Skandir cannot really catch up here. So far, Granati carrying pretty hard on the lips, but then makes a mess as soon as I praise him. So it's all to play for. Who can go tighter in the very last turn? Well, it seems like it's a bit better for Granati, and he makes it. Wazil barely in third. Another draw.
Draw.
We are getting to that 10-point threshold one by one. Oh, Granati. Slower start. Manages to come back. Can Wazil also avoid making mistakes, because now it's his teammate Skander who is in the mud. And he needs to step up. He has failed a few rounds now with these little mistakes. He's able to at least keep that second place. Massa with an insane start. But he needs to keep it up. Granadi a bit too far behind to attack for second. But then Massa messes up. And has to drop down all the way to third. So Wazil is all alone in first. He has made a mistake here before. This time around, oh, that's so close to the pole, but makes it work and will pull away. Skander with a respawn, not that it makes any difference. And we are indeed looking at another draw. As long as Wazil can get it over the line, and yes he can. Very good time, another 110.
Draw.
Big, slowly but surely moving towards 10 points. And that one victory could prove to be the difference. A good start by Massa. Wazil a little bit behind. It's all good though. And Skander almost clipped again. But you can see how much Massa is risking every start. Either ahead or makes a mistake and is far behind. And so far so good, but then he makes that mistake and will drop down and join the rest of the pack. Still anyone's game, different approaches here. That was a bit weird by Massa, but he somehow survives. Right now looking at an ace for Dawn, but look how close this is. Oh, Granadi then... What did... How did he not get punished for that? He obviously touched. He didn't lose any speed at all. And he's somehow still in here. Granadi hacking even at this point. And this could be key for big winning. Massa wins the round, Granadi in third. We're going into sudden death.
Victory.
But that clip, that was weird. He did not lose anything. Despite touching, and that was an obvious touch. So 9-7. Don't need an ace here. This is the exact opposite of what happened on Limbo. And what happened then was that Dawn ace, so are we looking at a big ace? Ooh, Massa is in last, so you know the round is pretty good. All the players very close. That was a touch there by Granadi, I believe. Ooh, the door is opening. Can this actually be an ace? It's up to Massa. Granadi is really far behind. And Massa is struggling. Wazil is super far ahead. Skander versus Massa for second. And this is the most important spot right now. Skander is overtaking. Into the box slide. Who gets it better? Skander, a little bit better. This is super close. Massa has to deny. Massa has to deny this. Has to go full risk. Wazil is too far ahead. Massa, amazing turn. But then bad exit speed. And it's gonna be it. Ace for Dawn. Unbelievable. Once again. Dawn ace. The final round of a map. Granadi with an early mistake. And Massa just couldn't keep Skander away. What a round. What a performance. Insane. Absolutely insane. And Dawn are really stepping up. Whenever they have to. Huge for Dawn. On to Sunburn. And big lost Sunburn against Boca. And they did not look great. So let's see. Big have to win this. Otherwise it's over. And Dawn are on a roll right now. They won both of those maps. And Big are strong on both of those. Let's see, first round so far so good for all of them, but Massa has dropped down already. Is he maybe affected a little bit by what has happened so far? Good turnaround though. Still very close, still can make a push for that first place. Different strategies. Oh, Big will catch up. And I think Big have the better strategy there. All of them going around except Granati, who makes it work and goes up to first even with a low line. Oh, good turnaround by pretty much everyone, but it's Wazil who's in last right now. And Big are in the driving seat of this round. But we know what can happen in this end. Granati survives, Massa survives. Is this gonna be enough? Yes, ace for Big. Great reply by Big. So they kick things off with a 3-0, but anything can happen still. Slow start for Scandir, who has to make sure they do not get aced again. That was Zilt right now in first. Super close. All four pretty much inside of each other. Oh, look at this. Big have definitely stepped up. They are not messing about right now. They cannot afford to lose another one. Different approaches. And this time it's Don who come out on top. Will Granati go for it again? No, this time he goes around. All of them survive. Onto the ice section. Let's see the strategies. All with the 360. And again it's Big in the lead. Big are doing that ice 360 much better. And it's winning them rounds so far. Make it... Oh, Wazil with a mistake in both. Great performance by Big so far. 2 aces. 2 clean rounds. No mistakes whatsoever. They have not put a foot wrong so far. As they say that, it's Massa who puts 2 foots wrong. And it's now a pretty big deficit that he needs to overcome. Surely they're not gonna throw away a 6-0 lead. Was Zilder a little higher? Now different strats coming in. Let's see from Massa's POV. All of them survive. Pretty much same exit speed as well. No drifts luckily. And now it's all on this ice 360. Different entries completely, as you can see. And that's very slow by Wazil, and Massa will be able to catch up as well. Dawn are really struggling. Can Scandir at least prevent the ace? Close, but he makes it. And Massa decides to go safe. Very smart. He is happy to take the draw here. 7-1. Still a great position for Big. They just want to get the draws. As soon as they see a big mistake from a red player, they are going into safe mode and just making sure they secure the draw. I think Massa has the slowest start every round. However, this time he's still with the pack, and that's looking pretty good. Probably the best turnaround out of everyone. Wazil clips, and this might be over. Dawn have been really poor on Sunburn. So even if this is a victory for Big, 9-2 is such a massive gap. Well, you want to try your best anyway, so I'm sure Scandir will try to deny here. Makes it, at least overtakes Massa, who should absolutely go safe in this situation. Granati is the one who has to go for the jump. Even if he misses, he has another attempt, because Wazil is too far behind. And that's exactly what happens. So everyone making the correct decision, and that's gonna be 9-2. I think Dawn just want this map to be done so they can play the next one, which I believe is Ascension. They just started really poorly and haven't been able to come back. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened. Big obviously just waiting for that one mistake that would spell the end for Dawn. And that might be it. That might actually be it. He's so far behind. The big duo will of course know this. Yeah, very safe by Massa. Granada even further ahead. They know they just gotta survive. And they can go into the safe finish as long as they don't make a mess of this ice 360. Yeah, that's kind of rough, but Granadi makes it. And Granadi absolutely should go safe here. Oh, he almost fell off, but he knows how to play this. Smart by Granadi. That is exactly what you want to do in this situation. And big with the big brain plays. So at least they pull one back. There's two more they need to get over the line. Let's see, anything can happen on Ascension. We've seen all sorts of stuff happening here, especially in ice. Seems like the ice here really catches players off guard. Hopefully that's not gonna happen in a real round. Let's go. Dawn's still looking for the third map win. And Big are actually showing signs of life. Oh, Skandir is out already. And he's making it easy for Big. Will Big actually come back? Granadi very safe. Wazil has to make sure he gets second at least. No slide there coming in from Granadi. Isn't gonna drift. I think Wazil is one of the drifters there. So far so good for Wazil. Skandir way too far behind to do anything. He's really waiting for a respawn from someone. And that might be it. That is it. Skandir takes one. Massa versus Wazil for first place here. Who can get the better ice? Massa goes so wide. What is this line? Yeah, that does not look good at all. So this, in the end, is gonna be a victory for Dawn. Wazil so low. Great time. 106.8 is what you want to do.
Victory.
And Skandir really gets away with it. Early mistake at the respawn, but in the end his team gets the victory. Following an uncommon Granadi mistake. And Granadi, I think this match has made way more mistakes than he usually does. Now this time it's Wazil who's a bit behind. Doesn't have to respawn at least. Can still overtake everyone else with some good driving, and there's one. Only Granadi standing between him and an ace. Through the checkpoint, then again, it's so scary whenever he drifts there. It doesn't really gain that much. But if you fail, you gotta respawn. So the risk-reward ratio is way off there for it to be worth it, but I guess he decided that for him, it's gonna work. And so far, so good for Dawn. They're looking at another victory. But who can get the best exit out of this? It's looking better for Granadi until he cannot pull himself together. And now it's looking like an ace for Dawn. Can Wazil just make it? Yes, he can. And that is an ace. He actually had it, but he just didn't stabilize. Didn't realize that he wasn't in a no-slide. Turned too early. But he had a good exit, that's crazy. Bit too eager, maybe. And now 5-1 for Dawn. Great start. And Wazil looking pretty good. Look at Grenadi's start. Onto the wood section. So far, no mistakes. As I say that, of course, it's Wazil with the mistake. So up to Skandir here, who's also drifting. So I guess they've decided as a team, they're just going for the strategy. Fair enough. But it is Big who are in the lead and looking to ace back straight away. Skandir needs to step it up. Oh, he is coming closer. And we know it's all gonna be decided on ice. Who's gonna be Bambi on ice and who's gonna dominate? Let's see. And Massa is out. Skandir doesn't even have to get it good because Massa is out. And this will be a draw. Because everyone makes it. And Massa is in last.
Draw.
Fortunate slide out. 6-2. Big not making any progress whatsoever. And that was a pretty good chance for them to catch up a few points. But they gotta keep their cool, not think about the mistakes that have been made in the past. And think about what's happening right now in this exact moment. Let's see, onto the wood section. Nicely done by everyone. Grenadi a bit slower, but he will have a pretty good angle later. But then messes it up completely. Double drift from Dawn. And so far, so good. Zero mistakes there. And Grenadi not able to catch up. If anything, he makes a mistake. So this, again, is amazing for Dawn. They don't really have to do anything. Grenadi is stuck in a respawn loop. And they will absolutely take a draw here. Maybe Massa will fail and the match would almost be over then. Oh, Massa actually has to overtake here. Look at this. Massa with the low jump. Massa trying, and Massa will make it from third to first. Incredible low jump there by Massa. Saves the day. But Dawn are one ace away from facing Boca in the consolidation final. The pressure is mounting. And that was so important. But he needs to do it again. Just once wasn't enough. He's still 4 points behind. That's a mistake by Wazil, I believe. Not what he wants to do right now. So maybe this is the chance for Big to come back. Oh, he makes it there, but he's still gonna be half a second behind. Big will know that they only have one opponent. The other one is really far behind. So close there on the left. But all three of them survive. And Skandir is closing in little by little. Wazil kind of the same. Skandir rough, but makes it. Still auto-play for onto the ice we go. We have seen this situation before. And Massa slid out. He is going a bit wider. Not looking for Skandir. He's gonna hope that someone goes really wide in the last turn. Oh, it's looking like an ace for Big, and they will come back. Big actually make it. 7-6. They're not done yet. And now you see how important that ace denial was the round before. Still a match point for Dawn. Big still not on 7, so they cannot win this round. That early mistake there from Wazil was really costly. Looks like Big have woken up. Look at this start. Already 0.2 ahead. Big dominating all of a sudden. Both make it through the wood section. And Big are looking like maybe even the favorites on Ascension all of a sudden. Dawn are in trouble here because Skandir has clipped. So it's up to Wazil here. Onto the drift. Wazil very, very slow. He has no exit speed. But Grenadi with some struggles of his own. Again, and that should be it. It should be 9-7. Can Big ace Twice in a row. It's looking good. They both make it, safe jumps, and it aced twice in a row. Nicely done. A big one sunburn. And we've been here before. We've been here before on Ellipse. And we know what happened. So can Don do it again in the most dramatic fashion? Because Big just seemed to refuse to lose. And that's a mistake, I believe. Nope. Everyone is still here. My bad. Just Wazil slightly slower. Has to make sure he gets this. Yes, he will. Overtakes one, but Granati isn't giving up. Look at how close this is. All of them make the jump. All are super close. Wazil still in last, but he is within striking distance, of course. Onto the drift. Who's gonna risk the most? All of them survive yet again. This is still anyone's game, and we still have the ice section up ahead. Big just need one player in the top two. Skandir, so far so good. Nobody slides out. That's gonna be good by Wazil, but Granati might be too far up ahead. Massa crashes all on Granati here. Can Granati make it? Yes, and Granati wins it for Big. Decent attempt by Skandir. A great time by Granati when Big needed him the most. So 2-2, and we are going to the decider. Final map will be Reunion.
Victory.
That was an amazing comeback. 2 aces and a victory. But it actually all goes back to that round that Massa saved. That was the key. If they get ace there, I think it's over. Great job. Great mental strength as well. But now the auto-lose map for Big. Yeah, we'll see. This is indeed the loser bracket final, yes. So the decider map is up ahead. And who can handle pressure the best? Who is gonna go up against Boca in the consolidation final? So far, so good for everyone. Nice start. 0 mistakes. Very solid driving. And Granati a little bit slower will allow Skandir to overtake. And Massa with a mistake. So it's up to Granati here to defend. He's always going so close to that dirt block on the left. That's why he flipped. Let's see if Granati can beat at least one of these. Yeah, good drift, good speed, kind of equal as Skandir, maybe 1 or 2 more. That's a great exit out of Bob. So Granati is still fighting. Wants to deny the ace. Cannot afford to get aced here. Pretty much the same as everyone, and that's gonna be a draw. Great round by Granati. After clutching on the previous map, and now very strong start on Reunion as well, following Massa's mistake. Round 2. And any mistake right now could be very costly. Massa struggling, but not crashing. That is very important. Makes it at least, avoids double skids. He's losing a little bit, but he's still in the round. Unlike Skandir, unfortunately for Dawn. Then Granati crashes as well. And this could be another draw. As long as Wazil keeps it together. He has a nice lead. Massa full risking. He's really trying to get the victory here. Because he knows that Skandir is really far behind. So even if he makes a little mistake, he is not going to drop down to last. So it's definitely worth risking here. Granati way too far behind to make any impact. So he should just save it at this point. But Massa is not really making any progress here. Looks like it's gonna be another draw. Now, for some reason, Massa's skin has not loaded. That's why you see him with a different skin on every map.
Draw.
2-2. So far, only draws. And you can hear the releases there because the start is quite tricky. Better to release than to crash if you think you're gonna get the gear shift at an unfortunate time. Oh, nice start by everyone. Super close round. Look at this. Oh, the tricky icy wheel drift. Everyone makes it. Granati just a little bit slower, but that's completely fine. He can make his way back onto reactor up. Massa risking the most by far makes it work as usual. It's so even. Scandir going way back for the speed. Let's see if it pays off. Oh, Void's crashing on the right. And it's so close. This is the closest round we've had so far on Reunion. Massa still in first, looking like another draw, but Granati has a really nice angle here. Will be able to attack. Massa has dropped, unfortunately, so it's still moving all the way around. Wazil clips, Scandir losing a little bit, so it's gonna be a victory for Big. All of them had to risk, so I think a mistake was almost inevitable there. Big making that first push. Let's see if Dawn have a reply. So far, surprisingly few mistakes in the start. But look at Massa's start though. Absolutely crushing it. He's really far ahead, has a nice lead built up already. Wazil clips just a little bit. It's all going sideways for Dawn right now. It needs Scandir to clutch this. An ace here would be devastating. Oh, Massa. The car is doing all sorts, but he's somehow still on track. And Scandir trying his best. That's a pretty good turn. Will be in first, exactly the same speed as Granati. Wazil respawns, but he's far behind anyway. Has to make sure he gets this. Even a loss would be pretty bad at this point. They would be 2 points behind then. And Scandir doing an amazing job, and he will secure the draw here. What a round by Scandir. Very, very important to not lose even more. This way, all they need is a victory of their own, just to equalize the score. And Massa... Another mistake there by Wazil. At Massa, they're very lucky that he doesn't have to respawn. And Wazil with a much worse start. So again, it's on Scandir here. Big will know this. It could be over. This could be the end. We could be witnessing an insane comeback from Big. It looked like they were done on Ascension when it was 2-6. But then Dawn just crumbled, and Big with the perfect opportunity to go 8-4 up. As long as they don't no-slide here, it's gonna be fine. They can afford to do this a little bit slower. Yeah, Wazil has gained indeed, but it's nowhere near enough. He's not gonna gain 0.8. Even though he is gaining 0.1 every checkpoint, but that's just not enough. And that is good enough for Big. Very, very slow round. Very shaky, but it is enough. It's only 108. And it's looking like Big will go into the consolidation final unless Dawn wake up right now. Big are on match point, their first match point of the match. All they need is a victory. An ace would also, of course, be enough. But Dawn ideally need to ace here. They have to ace to come back. Massa just a little behind. And I think Dawn are the team that make the most mistakes there on that PF section almost. They keep crashing there on the left. Not seen any other team crash there as much. And right now, Big in the lead. Massa doesn't care about gaps. Again, Skander always goes the farthest back. And that's a no slide. And that's over. Skander has to win. It actually might be over. Skander has, I think, 0.2 of a gap to catch up. 0.13. Now he is catching up, actually. Skander with the ultimate clutch. Maybe Skander. What a line, Skander. And he saves it. Unbelievable.
Draw.
He keeps them alive. By 100. What an insane end. Pixel perfect. And Dawn are still in. They gotta ace this. There's no other option. They have to ace now. Any mistake could be the end. Here we go. So far, so clean. Massa just losing a little bit. But Granati is still staying in the fight. Oh, what a round Dawn are driving. Are they actually gonna do it? Massa, they're losing a little bit, but comes back thanks to his strategy. And you can see how much superior it is. He actually goes from last to first even. Just by doing that. No, when Wazil crashes, it's over. If they make the call, they will know. It has to be over. There's no way both of them crash. Wazil is too far behind. And Massa will win. What a match that was. Congrats to Big in the end. I guess we're off. No more waiting. And let's see if Big can do a bit better than against Dawn here. When they had 9-7 and managed to fumble it. Binks with a mistake already. And Big will know that. So it's all on O-Tac. We also know that Binks has had quite a long break now, so he should be fresh. And Big have just played a marathon of a match. Doesn't seem to affect him whatsoever. Great start by Massa and Granati fighting for the second place. O-Tac too wide maybe, and that's it. That's a free ace. That is as free as you can get an ace in a consolidation final. Once again, this map is very easy to save if you have 2 seconds. Just jump a bit higher, go a bit wider, take it easy. And that is a strong start by Big, and they didn't really have to do anything. Now, nicely done. Massa not really saving, and Granati doing exactly that. Very poor from Boca, but they can, of course, come back. They can ace even on pace. So let's see if they can respond straight away. Oh, Granati barely making it, but then gets so much speed there. So it's O-Tac in last this time. Binks at least survives. Is in the mix with Massa and Granati. O-Tac very tight on the inside. Will drop the gear and loses even more. Also has to readjust there. So he is dropping, but the pace is amazing of this round. Look at this. Massa and Binks all on 110 mids. So Granati is a bit behind, but he's not even driving bad. It's just the other two are absolutely crushing it. Still fighting for their first place. Granati quite safe in third. With O-Tac 0.2 behind him. Who gets the best box slide here? It looks like Massa just a little bit better than Binks. And O-Tac has fully caught up to Granati now. Still looking like a victory for Big. It's been decided in this last section. And Massa will win. Great time. 110.7. Binks may be unlucky to lose with an 81. Much better from Boca, but it's just not enough. Massa with an amazing start to the match. And now Otak is out. And they're just making it too easy for Big. Massa is already on fire, and Boca are just trading with mistakes. So they should be aware of this, and they're really good when it comes to safing and not really throwing away leads like this. Especially when they're already in a big lead points-wise. They're very smart when it comes to protecting the lead. They know they just gotta get the draw. If they get the victory, even better. Just don't make mistakes and don't allow Otek to come back in. Let's see this fight for first. Binks absolutely has to win this to at least get the draw. Doing a good job, has a little bit more speed, and how has he avoided the wall there? I have no idea. Massa touches, will have to settle for the draw. But Granadi keeps losing, however not enough. Great time by Binks.
Draw.
Another 82, so twice low point 8 by Binks. He is really showing up. But Otek, however, has had a very slow start to the match, and yet again, quite lucky not to fall off the map and respawn. So he's gonna be happy with just staying in the round. His teammate is in first, again with a very strong round. Granadi driving on the edge, manages to save it. Perfect steering percentage there. That is what you can do when you play with a wheel. Let's see the checkpoint here. Once again, Binks and Massa really showing up. Crazy pace. And Otak so far has not really been in it. If he keeps getting last, then Boca won't be able to make any progress here. But then Binks crashes, and this might be over. Pretty solid lead, and for some reason, when you crash into that lightsaber, you don't lose anything. I don't understand why it works like that. But this is now the second time we see a player touch that and not lose anything. After Granadi in the previous match. So Otak lucky to stay in, but makes no difference whatsoever.
Ace.
Another ace by Big. This time a bit of a slower one. And they are 1 point away from getting the win on Ellipse. Very strong start by Big. Then Massa makes a mistake. So it's up to Granadi. Will we see an insane comeback from the blue side? And Massa is still in it. He's not completely out of the round. Granadi has to get the gear up again. And even Massa is coming back. Pretty good pace by the blue duo. They're not giving up yet. With Granadi hot on their heels. Needs to make something happen here, and Massa slowly but surely is catching up. Look at this. Nice turn by everyone. It's still not enough though for Boca. And that is gonna be it. Big are gonna take map number 1. Otak just not in it all. Made a mistake almost every single round. Binks has actually played quite well. Another 0.8. I think Binks made like 2 mistakes. The rest, all 0.8s. But Otak, just not a single really good round. He is not in it at all. Let's see if he can do better on Sunburn. I mean, if Big plays Sunburn like they did in the previous match, and then if they play Limbo like we know they can, it's gonna be over quite rapidly. Let's see. Big opened it up with 2 aces in the previous match. And we know this is the most fiesta map out of all of them. So Massa drops back just a little bit. It's all good. Goes closer there on the right as he usually does. It's a nice angle then. It's a pretty good start for everyone. Let's see, Binks is in last. Makes his way through. Of course, he is the only keyboard player here. So it's a little bit tougher for him with wet wheels. And so far, Granati dominating the round. Everyone making it. And this is super close. Going into the drift. Binks setting up. The low line will make it. And goes up to first just for a moment. But look how much he's caught up to Granati. Now into the 360, Binks stumbling, will drop down to last. And could this be an ace for Big again in round 1 of Sunburn? Binks has to respawn, it's all up to Otak, who is too far behind to really attack. He's just relying on mistakes, but they won't happen. Big are looking more than solid. I mean, Big avoided getting knocked out by Dawn, and now they're looking like they're going to the grand final. Such a strong start to the match. And again, they're carrying the momentum through all the way to the second map. Already 3-0. Can they get back-to-back aces like they did against Dawn? Right now, they look so strong. They're not really making mistakes. Even if they do, it's smaller ones like this from Granati. He's still not out of it. Like, this is fine. You just don't want to respawn. You don't want to full stop like Otak, for example. This is all good. What is Binks doing? Binks gets stuck. He's lucky to still be alive, but can he make it? I mean, they are not in the match at all. It's just unfortunate. We know how good they are at the game. We know what they can do, but it seems like they're not mentally in it at all. And right now, Big are just steamrolling. So let's see if Massa can finish this off. He is far ahead. He can actually go for the jump and respawn and get it again. Yep, Granati will go safe, as Granati does. Great job so far. This is what I mean. If you make a smaller mistake, it's fine. Just make sure you stay in the round. Even though Granati was the first one to slow down, he made sure he didn't make an additional mistake, and then both Boca players just died. So there's 2 aces, same as against Dawn. Again, Granati, a little mistake, but it's fine. Now, that is not fine. Problem was he was too slow there, and tried to bug slide too early. So he's gonna be out. All on Massa now. They have a great lead. They do not want to spill this. I mean, this is a great chance for Otak and Binks, but Otak is having a nightmare match. Otak just cannot complete a clean round. And Binks just has one good round, one bad round, but at the same time, just too much is on him. Because he pretty much has to carry every round. And Massa here can go safe, although he actually shouldn't, because even with a respawn, he's still gonna beat Otak. Yeah, so smart by Massa. Goes for the jump. Otak makes it. And Granati there, with that mistake, will end up last.
Draw.
So that usually happens if you break too early. If your back wheels still haven't made it onto the plastic bit, then they get stuck on the transition, and it looks really stupid because that's how plastic is in Trackmania. But it's entirely a player mistake. It's not random or anything. And Granati again. He's struggling. Maybe it's playing a little bit on his mind. However, luckily for him, his teammate is doing an amazing job. So he's not out of this. 7-1 is a great score. Great position to be in. But Massa has been almost flawless so far. Same strategy. They all make it. Maybe the chance for Baka to get an ace and pull something from this map. Oh, Binks cannot make it. Stumbles a little bit, so it's up to Massa here. That could be good enough because Binks stumbles a bit. Binks is actually in last. Even Grenadi has managed to overtake him. And look at how close this is. Otak stays on. Massa and Grenadi both stay on. All have to go risky. And that is another draw. Finally a clean round by Otak. But 8-2. Still a 6-point lead for Big. Who are more than happy to just draw. And look at the stats. 0% crashes. I don't think this is completely accurate. Over half of the rounds won. So Massa, the absolute MVP of the match so far. Really strong performance. Just needs to keep it up for a little bit more. So far, Grenadi actually makes it through the start. Finally, and he will be very relieved. Onto the jump. Good turnaround by everyone. All with the same strat as usual. When all make it. What a round we have here. This is super close. Will Binks go for it yet again? As he always does. Did he even get the checkpoint? No, he didn't. And that is the price you pay when you go for the line under the checkpoint. So now it's up to Otak to defend, but he cannot do it. And this might be it. They can definitely both afford to go for the jump. As they should. What I like about Big is they make the correct decision every single time. They always know when to jump and when to go safe. Every single time. It's very impressive. This is exactly how you should play Duo. And this is why they're dominating. In theory, Sunburn should always be the best map for them. Because it's a map you have to play that way. And they always do it correctly. There's lots of teams who don't even look at splits, don't really care about this stuff. They're the team that do it the most. And as you can see, it works perfectly. I think that's an area that most teams could work on in the future. They just don't do enough in-round management. See what the situation is and then adapt your driving to that. So Big, only one map away from going to the grand final after narrowly avoiding death in the previous match. And it is one of, if not their best map, Limbo. So can they get it over here? Otak again struggling a little bit. It's not the Otak we usually see. But again, everyone can have a bad day. It's no big deal. Pretty solid start by everyone. On to the NASCAR section. Massa had some troubles before there, but this time makes it. And it's still looking good for Big. Now, I do expect all of these to go for the faster turnaround strategy. Let's see who gets it the best. And all of them get it, but then Grenadi really struggling. Binks gets stuck. And that is a terrible respawn there for Binks. Grenadi also had to respawn. Binks is a little further ahead. So the fight is between Otak and Massa here for first. Oh, Massa clips, has to go safe. Pretty much has a guaranteed second at least. Otak doesn't know, so he goes low, makes it. Massa in second. Binks is fully dead. Because the respawn there, I think, is modded. Because he had to respawn after the turnaround. And then obviously you lose the reactor. So what happened to him, even though he got the reactor, he had to respawn later. And then he's equal in the mud as those who refuse to take the reactor if they miss it. It's almost impossible to recover from. You lose like 10 seconds every single time. It's one of the worst mistakes you can make. It's that section from the reactor onto the bob. That part is just deadly. And Otak a little behind again. They gotta make sure they win whenever Big give them an opportunity, and it's Binks losing a little bit of ground compared to Massa. Still in second though, and we're waiting for the turnaround fiesta, as it is every single round. Oh, this time it's Grenadi who slows down, And it's so hard to make this, but he makes it work actually. Then clips, Otak clips as well. And Massa makes a mistake, Otak with a mistake. It's only Binks who's managed to survive the entire round clean. Great recovery there by Massa actually. So let's see what Binks is doing. Binks going high, makes it. Massa makes it. Otak. Not the best, but will... No way. I've never seen this before. He makes it. Almost gets stuck in the finish. But luckily turtles it in for a victory. And Boca are ahead by 1 point. On to the next round. Big still looking for that strong duo round that they're known for. They've been so good in this map before the Dawn match, but since they lost there, they've been a bit shaky. Again, solid start by everyone. Nobody really falling back quite far. It's very important here to stay alive so that you can take advantage of any mistakes that happen in that deadly section coming up. Let's see. They all get it. Nobody falls off for the first time in the match. And anything can happen still. Granati in first right now, looking like a draw because Massa is in last, but he's still so close. Coming closer, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at this, Binks versus Granati. Could be really important. Binks might be too low. Makes it barely, but Otak messes up. So it's actually gonna be a victory for Big.
Victory.
Look, there could be a victory for Boca at one point, but Binks just clips a little bit and then Otak with a mistake and it flips the other way around completely. In the end, they avoided getting aced. I mean, Binks maybe a few pixels lower and would have had to respawn. So the score is equal once again. Big still looking very strong position to win the entire match. And this is a great start by both of them. Otak again in last. Incredible section by Massa. He is on a high 105. We have seen him drive that in a match, but can he do it again when the pressure is this high, when he's already played so many matches today? Looks like he can't. That's a mistake. He barely stays on. Massa has to respawn. And Boca are looking good here. Through the NASCAR once again. Binks still in first. Let's see if all of them can make it. Binks goes high. Is it gonna be enough? Just barely. Good decision there by Binks. And Massa, who was doing so well on Limbo, is struggling there more than on any other map right now. Still no aces. Feels like whoever gets the ace could win it, and that is huge. That is a big mistake by Binks. Has to respawn. And if Big were ever gonna get the ace, it has to be now. 4.5 seconds behind. With only Otak to fight. And Otak has made a mistake. Can Big take advantage of this? Very nice. They have over half a second. They don't have to go for some crazy turnaround. Even if they do the normal one, they're not gonna lose all of this. Oh, Otak gets it, so he is a little bit closer. He has gained 1/10, but Big are still far ahead. This is exactly what Big need. They just cannot afford to crash. They can go high if they want to. They both decide to do so, and that is it. That is the ace they were looking for. Very strong round, and they knew that Binks crashed very early on. Took full advantage of it. Exactly what they needed, and now they have a match point. Is this really gonna be a 3-0? Boca pretty much gotta ace this. A victory or a draw would mean they're still alive, but they would be in a very tough position. Oh, early mistake there by Massa, but he's still in. Makes his way through. It doesn't cost him. He doesn't have to respawn. So it's only half a second. I think he's gonna be happy after a mistake like that. And anything can happen in this second half. Good drifts. So Boca are now up ahead. Looking to go 9-8 up. Well, let's see what happens here. Oh, and Granati messes up. And will we see a counter race straight away? Are Big gonna throw it all away? Massa trying his best. He's the one who has to deny. Well, no mistakes except Massa. And both Otak and Binks can go high. They don't do it, but they survive anyway. And what a reply. From no aces to 2 aces. And all of a sudden, it's Boca who are closer to winning the map. And forcing map number 4. Match point Big, track point Boca. Every mistake is fatal at this point. Even the smaller ones. Great start by both teams. Binks so close there on the left. Solid checkpoint time onto NASCAR. Nicely done. All of them survive. Oh, Massa, what was that turn? He's almost playing desert there. Makes it work. Coming closer to the turnaround. This could decide everything. Oh, Granati gets it slow. Otak struggling a little bit. Has to concede, but then Massa also bouncing. Otak is somehow even further behind. This is still very, very good for Boca. If Binks wins, it's all over. Doesn't really matter what the others do. So Granati has to push. Granati has to push. He has more speed than Binks. Can he overtake here? Granati or Binks? Granati or Binks? Binks wins. New match BB by Binks. And it is enough to win the map and force map 4. What a comeback there by Boca. Seems like today, whenever one team is so close to winning, the other team just comes alive. We've seen this so many times. And could we see another huge comeback here? Reunion was picked by Boca. It is the map where Big won against Dawn. But this is also the map where Boca won against Big earlier on. So let's see. I think Big will definitely see that as a big missed opportunity, that they couldn't get over the line on Limbo. But maybe they will be able to do so on Reunion. Or will we see another 106 from Binks? That's an early mistake by Massa. Who again had such a strong start to the match, and then the longer it goes on, he gets worse. It's the exact same as in the first match against Boca. So right now, all on Granati here to defend. Otak drops back a bit, but still ahead of Massa at least. And still super close here for first. Binks risking a little bit. Massa just flies off. So it really is up to Granati here. Oh, decent drifts. Distance stays kind of the same here. So it's looking like a victory here for Boca. Unless Granati can risk everything he has. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to risk getting aced here. So he will just accept getting second. Good start for Boca. They will be happy with this for sure.
Victory.
2-1 up. After almost losing everything and getting knocked out. Nice start. Look at Otak almost in the wall. And that's why he's first. Seems like Otak has fully woken up. It took him 2 maps, but he's at his best yet again. And right now, Boca are at full power. What a round we have here. With Granati going too wide, he will lose quite a lot here. Massa makes it work this time. Now on to the drift. Can they all survive? Oh, Granati, big mistake. Up to Massa here to defend. Goes very low. The angle is kind of off here, so will allow Otak to pass him. But he still has enough of the map left to at least get second. Trying his best. Him and Otak so close to each other. Otak clips. And what a time by Binks. Another victory here for Boca.
Victory.
And Binks really showing what he's got. We could see another comeback. Again, a clean start. Such a big difference from what we were watching before, with so many mistakes in the start. But as I say that, it's Binks who crashes in one of the worst possible parts. He's gonna have no speed over the wood and then over all of this press forward section. Up to Otak to defend, but he has shown that he can do it, definitely. Still in second, Massa trying to catch up. Granati a bit unstable, but survives at least. And Otak still holding strong, but then makes a mistake, and Big will get the ace here. They will know in this checkpoint that they're really far ahead. They will be able to save. Massa is trying to throw, but the mistake isn't big enough. Gets to the reactor, and it's gonna be fine. Once again, they are ahead. 5 points away from safety. I mean, Boca have been down before, but they're not out. Oh, Binks, does he have to respawn? Saves it barely. That's actually a good outcome for him. He's only 0.5 behind. Could have been much, much worse there. But again, he is relying on Otak here to save him. And Big are looking at another ace. Otak has made a mistake. He is still closer than Binks to the red team, but it's looking quite grim at the moment. They had such a strong start and Binks is fully out. It's up to Otak. Half a second. Can he catch up? He has to nail this. That is pretty good indeed. So he's caught up 1/10, but still got a mountain to climb in front of him. That looks good. He's coming closer, but does he have enough of the map left? Looks like no. Oh, Massa's so close, almost clips, but it's gonna be enough for Big. 8-4. Even bigger lead than on Limbo. And if Binks keeps crashing, it's over. Binks is clearly the fastest player on this map, but there's been too many mistakes. And Big again on match point. They need a victory. Which means one mistake from either blue player could mean it's over. Okay, this time Binks gets the drift. It's all good. We know they're mentally strong and they're not gonna crumble. They've shown that so far. Nice drifts by everyone. Still super close to each other. Going onto the reactor up section. Can they all survive? Oh, Massa cuts the most. Makes it work. Good turnarounds. And Boca looking to get an ace, but anything can happen after this. Oh, good drifts by both. And now all of a sudden, Big are just losing on pace. They haven't even made mistakes, but they're just getting destroyed this round. And that's exactly what Boca need. Look at this. Good turn. They both keep the gear. And that's gonna be enough. That's gonna be an ace. What a round. 107.2 and 107.3. Incredibly strong. And it's so hard to defend against that. They just aced on pace. So they have to be full of confidence right now. And Big still match point. Boca with a track point. If they get another ace, we're going to map 5. Oh, great start. All of them get the drift. No mistakes on wood. Nicely done. Oh, Granati, the closest on the left, but survives. This could still go either way, or it could be a draw and we get another round. Massa right now in first, and he usually gains even more here. This time, not so much. Oh, good turnaround by Granati. Comes even closer, but then goes very wide. Massa with the no drift. Oh no, there is no way. They had 8-6, they had 8-4. But it's up to Granati here to defend. And he has to do it. Binks is so far ahead, but he can catch Otek. Otek versus Granati for the second place. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna go tighter? Otek versus Granati. Who has it? I think Otek has it. Otek does have it. And Boca again. Double ace. What a comeback. They just refuse to lose. Not even GG anymore. Usually he writes it straight away. They are pissed. They have been at 80 points twice now. And they've lost it both times. It's like Binks just activates. When their backs are against the wall, Binks just destroys everyone. And Otek was strong enough to get second. And we are going to the decider. Yet another 5-map thriller. And this tournament is gonna last until like 8:30, seems like. Here we go, all to play for. Let's see if Big can maybe go 8-2 up this time, and will that be enough? Oh, Binks already with a mistake, but that's how we always start matches. He just gives his opponents some hope before crushing them later on. So yeah, right now it does look very good for Big. We'll see what happens later when Binks decides to demolish everyone. Yeah, so far so good. Nothing has really changed. Same distance has been in play for a while now. Again, let's see onto the ice part. Nobody's sliding out. Let's see the exit. Pretty solid by everyone. No mistakes. Otek has caught up a little bit, but Massa's lead was way too big. And that is a victory for Big.
Victory.
It's been like 4 hours since Swift last played. Swift might have already forgotten that they're in a tournament. So round 2, Binks is getting stronger. As you can see, he doesn't clip the start, he's still in the round. But everyone is really close to each other. Oh, what is that line by Granati? Actually saves it. That was crazy, but he is still in. Doesn't have to respawn, and Boca are looking at an ace. Good jumps. Granati not able to catch up. He's only losing more. Very strong round by Boca. Massa needs to be the hero here. Granati is too far behind. Nicely done there. Granati has also caught up, and then Bing starts losing it a little bit. All in this ice part. Everyone makes it. Oh, Binks can get it done, but Otek stumbles together with Massa. Who's gonna get the better of it? Otek gets it better. Massa with a respawn even. And after all of that, it's only a victory for Boca. Amazing ice by Binks, but Otek, just like in the previous match, again struggling there on ice. His ice slide is good, but his exit is usually not good enough. So 3-3. And there is no map 6. Someone has to win this. So Otak, slower start. It's fine still. Can get the slingshot on wood here. Yeah, that is nice. And Massa is out. It's up to Granati. Nobody drifting in this match. Massa is not gonna be a factor in this round. No way. So Granati usually has this section under control, as he does right now. Doesn't really allow Binks or Otak to come closer. Doing a pretty good job, but he cannot afford to slide out here. Look at how many break taps he's doing. Again, Otak struggling, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is this fight here first. Binks versus Granati. Binks just smashes. Not sure he can make this. And that's a victory in the end. Binks really pushing for the first place and smashes into the wall. I mean, you respect the attempt here. He could have had an easy draw. Decides to go for the win. In the end, has to accept the loss. Go big or go home, I guess. I mean, he's not out yet. 5-4 is nothing in this match. Let's see what happens now. Oh, good start by Binks. Look at him go. He is not affected by that whatsoever. And a good line by both blue players. Still in the mix. Massa and Granati are. Nice jump. Granati barely avoids clipping with the back wheels. Binks really far ahead for this sector of the map, but then clips. And it goes all the way down to last. Needs to get a lot of speed for this. Manages to do so. It's up to Otak here, really. After crashing the previous round, they really cannot afford to get aced here. So Otak gets a really poor exit yet again. Can Massa win this 1v1? Massa with a better landing, and that is an ace. Same situation as on Reunion. 8-4 big. They just have to not get aced twice again. Will history repeat itself? It's now or never for Boca. And Big have been on so many match points so far. Last time they got outpaced. This time, highly unlikely since Otak is already behind. I guess the would turn very nice. And look at this, they're all so close. No mistakes whatsoever, all within 0.1. Everyone making the jump. Massa still in first, but he's losing a little bit to Otak and Binks. Super close there. Granati is now in last. And it is looking like an ace here for Boca, but Massa can still deny. No clips. All in this ice. It's all about the ice slide and the exit. Oh, Granati, different approach. Otak, very poor, loses it completely. This could be it. Binks versus Massa. If Massa wins this over, Binks has to get it. Massa fails, and Binks will deny.
Draw.
He had it there. But he actually crashes after the jump. 9-5 is still fine, because Boca have to ace. It's ace or nothing for Boca, and this is the closest Big have ever been. They usually crumble on 8, now they're on 9. This is it, this could be the last round. We could be saying goodbye to Boca here, who need to ace, and Binks has missed the checkpoint. It's over. They should know this. 100% someone's gonna check. Granati crashes, but it doesn't really matter. It's about Massa. It's about what Massa does. I mean, even Granati is still 3 seconds ahead of Binks. But Massa should know. And he should get this over the line. The mistake by Binks was too big. Even if he slides out, it's gonna be fine. He doesn't. He can go safe in here if he wants to, but he doesn't have to. Because it's easy to jump safe. Yup. And that is it. Big finally win. After having so many match point attempts, they finally get it done. And they will play in the grand final against Swift.
Victory.
Today. And we've seen Big lose here narrowly to Boca twice today. So I'm sure Swift have their notes ready, and that's why they picked it. So let's go. Round number 1. Who is gonna start on the right foot? And looks like it's not gonna be New Prime. That's an early mistake there. And he is struggling quite a lot to make it through the start. Is gonna be over half a second behind. At least he's still alive. So it's up to Epos here to get first, and Granati is completely out. No Prime is gonna welcome that with open arms. Huge for him. He is kind of set in third. And now it's Massa's turn to deny. Let's see, he cuts the turn way more. Ooh, messes up, but that's an insane save actually. He had no right to save that. And right now he is looking kind of safe in second. But then he makes a mess of it. And that is a free ace. Massa just pushing it too much, but at the same time you gotta feel for him. He's been playing for so long. It's been exhausting, and Swift had a 4-hour break or so. Maybe more, maybe less. Either way. If you wanna win, well, there was a chance for them to win through the winner bracket, so you could also say that it's their fault. They had to play all those matches. They could have just won through the winner bracket and had a 4-hour break. So I guess we shouldn't feel sorry for them, right? And yes, No Prime did indeed win the Beacon Duo League together with Loso. Great start there for Epos and No Prime, and Big gotta wake up if they want to do something here. Otherwise, they're just gonna get destroyed. Oh, No Prime again with a mistake, and this one is much bigger. That was a full face plant. So again, it's an Epos, but we did see big players crumble together. And they still have Epos to beat. However, this time it's looking much better for them. Epos still in the mix. Massa cuts the most. Much better this time, doesn't stumble. Granadi drops back just a little bit because he did that the safest. That's a good drift. Massa loses out to Epos on the drift, and Granadi does it the best actually. Still anyone's round. Epos with a different approach. Will lose to Granadi. Will lose to Massa. Could this be a counter race straight away? Massa quite wide, gets the reactor before Epos. Needs to go tighter. This is so close, and Massa will lose by 4,000. So important there for Epos to deny.
Victory.
Huge round by Epos there. Absolutely massive. Just managed to sneak in further left on the finish. And that is enough to deny. Big will be gutted with that. Because that was a huge opportunity. And it's Epos actually making a mistake. Both the Swift players not looking like themselves really. Maybe the break is working against them. And right now Big have another chance to do something. Now usually in this situation we've seen No Prime respond really well. He's always been able to deny the opposing team whenever Epos has made that early mistake. And so far he is keeping up with the big players. Even Epos is coming back. And look at this, Epos wants to do it himself. I have no idea how he's doing it, and he actually caught up and then crashed again. He's like a yo-yo. But then Granadi flips over. That is just crazy to flip over there. Means he was a 2 on the left on the exit of the Bob block. So that will allow Massa to get a comfortable first place, with Epos actually getting third after 2 mistakes, and Granadi will be very disappointed with that outcome. Could have been another ace by Big. And Swift right now not really doing that well. They're really opening the door for Big, but Big are also not taking their opportunity. So far, not the highest quality of matches we've seen in this tournament. And Granadi a bit behind. No Prime also loses a little bit. But he manages to come back. Granadi is trying to push right now. Because Massa is in first and they really need that ace. They gave away a very cheap ace in the beginning and they need to get one back. Again, maybe saving too much for this situation. Because he needs to overtake both of the blue players. Drifts usually on point. New Prime again with a mistake. So Epos versus Massa. Epos cannot afford a mistake here. He is quite far ahead of Granadi, so just normal driving should be enough to secure second at least. But he wants more though. He wants that first place. He's trying, but Massa is too far ahead. And this, I think, is the fastest round so far.
Victory.
Massa doing very well. That's another point back. And so far, Massa, very, very strong start. And I think No Prime is lacking quite a lot. Has made a mistake in every round so far, but after I praised him, of course, Massa makes that mistake. But he's not out of it yet. He can capitalize on any little stumble from the blue side. Trying his best here, decent drift, catches up to New Prime just a little bit. With Granadi trying to overtake Epos, they do not want to lose another point towards Big. Look at that risk, and it does pay off. He is fully caught up to New Prime now. Epos may be too far up ahead. That's a poor drift from Granadi, so it's up to Massa to at least get second. I think Epos might be too far in the lead to be overtaken. A great turn by Massa. No Prime coming back. It's all who gets to this reactor first. Pretty much the same. Massa better turn again. And Massa goes too far on the right on the finish yet again. And loses. Ace by Swift. Good round by Epos. Again, just finishing on the far left makes such a big difference. So better line there by No Prime. Make sure he finishes further left than Massa. And Big are in dire need of an ace. And that's gonna be very difficult. Despite the fact that Epos does not look at full power, is still probably the best here, and that is it. Granadi falls in the hole, and it's over. Both of them should be aware of this. The lead they have is massive because he's respawned 3 times now. So all they gotta do is just finish. Just make sure, get the drift later, Epos. Struggling a little bit, maybe even a bit lucky to still be alive. But Granadi is 13 seconds behind. So even with a respawn there, he still would have been fine. And of course, they only need one player to cross the finish line ahead of Granadi. Massa is irrelevant here, of course, because Granadi is just way too far behind. And Swift will take map number 1. Amazing time by Massa. He got the job done. There was no problem from his side, but Granadi 60% crashes, and that was even before this round.
Draw.
Not looking like his usual self. And that's gonna be 1-0. We are moving on to Sunburn, where Big have absolutely stomped in the previous 2 matches. They looked really good here. Always making the correct decision in the end. Not making too many mistakes. Capitalizing on all of the opponent mistakes. So they could equalize the score here. Look at Epos's stats. So far, 0% crashes. I mean, it's not completely accurate. We did see him crash, actually. It's still very, very impressive. And here we go. Sunburn, the ultimate cinema map. Epos gets the best start. No Prime, just a little behind. Ooh, avoids the wall on the inside there. That was so close. But he's doing fine still. But this is not fine. Has to respawn. And straight away, it's looking very good for Big. Epos holding strong in first, but he cannot afford a mistake here. Both big players are close enough to take advantage of even a small clip. Looks like he did slow down just a little bit, and Massa is coming closer. Will he decide to go under? No, he doesn't. He just takes a safe. Granati goes under, and it's not paying off at all. Onto the 360. Epos makes it. Massa makes it. Granati also makes it. Loses just a little bit. So both of these have to go for the jump, because Massa can't afford a respawn and Epos cannot afford to lose. It's Granati with the respawn, so is New Prime close enough? Looks like he isn't, and it's just gonna be a draw. Very strong start by Epos, 106.2. Amazing match time. And right now, Epos is holding strong in that first place pretty much every time, like what we're used to. Again, he is in first, has already built up 0.1 of a lead. And Big weren't able to ace the first round, which is gonna be a huge blow for them. No Prime, this time still in the mix. Trying to get to that second place so that they can get the ace. Much closer round this time. Massa, even though he's in last, he's still doing quite well. Onto the drift, Granati not really risking anything. And Massa is fully caught up to New Prime at least. And look at how far ahead Epos is. Great 360 by New Prime. So it's up to Granati here to deny. Epos is way too far ahead. All of them have to go for the jump. It's looking good for Blue. And that will be an ace. Insane time by Epos, who has PB'd once again on Sunburn today. 106 flat. And even No Prime's time is really good. And that's almost unbeatable. Incredible time there. And Big just not able to keep up. Early mistake by Massa. Another mistake by Massa. And right now, Swift are in the driving seat here. Epos just looks unbeatable yet again. With maybe a slower start on Reunion right now, he looks back to his absolute best. And look at New Prime, who's also woken up. Nice turn by both. Granati has to get at least second. And even second is quite bad for them. Good drift at least. New Prime losing a little bit. Still ahead of Granati though. Almost really good, but almost just isn't good enough. And he is too far behind. Needs to rely on a mistake from either of them. And the mistake just isn't coming. And that's another ace. Slightly slower round, but that's good enough. 7-1. Swift completely dominating. And Epos with 0 mistakes on Sunburn so far. 2 incredible rounds. 1 round that's just good enough. Granati with a mistake. Has to adapt and is really struggling. Massa also just a little bit behind. But at this point, they need to ace. Like, even a draw is not enough here, nowhere near. And it seems like it might be the best they can do. They're really relying on exactly that, on New Prime respawning. Will drop down to last, but Epos is an absolute machine. And he is still in first. Denying Massa from doing anything. Now, that doesn't really matter. It just means Massa will have to adapt. Makes it through. Like, he cannot really drop down to last, so it doesn't matter that much. This is all about Epos just making it into the finish, because both big players are too far behind. Can go safe if he wants to, but does he? Let's see, let's see. Epos, very smart. He is aware, doesn't want to risk anything. He goes safe and he's still a 106. This is insane.
Draw.
So that was another like 106-0. Maybe 106-1 at the worst. So Epos secures yet another draw. Absolutely outrageous performance. Easily the standout player of today. And maybe yesterday, I just didn't watch any of his matches. But it's looking like Big simply do not have an answer. And this round, it's looking pretty good. But they're still far away from getting that elusive ace. New Prime with the respawn, but does it really matter what New Prime does at this point? He's super far behind, and he doesn't even have to finish, because Epos can win it on his own. And that was an amazing turn by Granati. So Big maybe have a small chance here. Epos good enough, although Massa will come slightly closer. Granati loses a bit, so from first to second. Can Epos make the jump? He has to. He has to go for it. No safing this round. And he will make it yet again. It's Granati who stumbles. Doesn't really matter. New Prime is too far behind, but that's another 106.2, and you just cannot ace this. Like, this is incredible. The pace is displaying every single round. So 9-3. Just 1 point away, and it's just hard to believe that at this point Epos will not win another round, or at least get second, which will be enough for them. Big, on the other hand, need 2 aces just to come back. Anything else is not good enough. Solid start. But until Epos makes a mistake, it's still looking quite unlikely. Oh, nice turn, but Epos jumps. This is the chance, maybe. Unfortunate for Epos there with the BS water physics. So it's up to New Prime. He has to get them over the line. Epos has got them so far. New Prime's turn to defend. Nice by Massa, but Granati respawns. And if New Prime knows, he should go safe. He should absolutely go safe here. Does he know? He doesn't care. But he gets it done either way. Nice time by Massa, but just not good enough. Unfortunately. And that's gonna be 10-4. Dominant win yet again.
Draw.
And I wouldn't even call that a mistake, what happened to Epos. I think that's a mistake by Nadeo, if anything. So that's 2-0 by Swift. Absolute stomp so far. And we are going to Limbo. Now, Big have lost Limbo a few times in a row now. Can they get it done when it matters the most? It is avoidable, of course. That's why it doesn't happen in every round. But it's so stupid that you can't really see what's happening. It happens because the car loses ground contact. That water block has a little downhill, so as you're driving on downhill, if you lose grip, it's gonna bounce out. But you cannot see through the water what the block exactly looks like. So you just have to remember exactly the line you need to take on which it doesn't happen. And if you're just a little bit off your line, then you're dead. That's why it sucks. You need to see through the water, basically, to see the block exactly, and then you can avoid it. But it's just dumb. I don't really blame the players when that happens. I think that's one of the most BS things that happens in this game. So, yeah, if New Prime gets the reactor turnaround, it's over. Let's see. Because we have seen Epos shoot out of that turnaround like a rocket. And if New Prime can do anything like that, then it might indeed be over. But Big can also make something happen here. Let's see. Oh, rough by Massa. He doesn't have the reactor. He is in the mud. New Prime also in the mud. So it's Epos versus Granati here for first place. Oh, Granati has more speed. Granati's gonna win this. That might be too low. Oh, makes it work. Great ending by Granati. And Massa actually saves it quite well. Loses only 3 seconds there. That's pretty good.
Victory.
We've seen complete meltdowns whenever someone lacks speed there, so +3 is actually solid. 2-1 by Big. No Prime not able to deal with the turnaround. Good start, but as I say that, it's Granati who clips where nobody has clipped before. Up to Massa here to defend that slim 2-1 lead. Oh, Epos clips. You don't see that every round. So it's No Prime versus Massa here. Or first, nice NASCAR by both. Epos all the way down to last. Granati has managed to climb up to third. Coming closer to the turnaround, which usually decides everything. Here we go. Oh, No Prime gets it better than Massa. Epos has to respawn. And right now it is looking like a draw, but can No Prime at least save it so it's not a complete disaster? Nicely done so far. Massa doesn't really have to push. He's just waiting for a mistake. He goes low. No Prime goes high. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, that was so close. No Prime just barely stumbles into the finish.
Draw.
And it is enough for a draw. Big still in the lead, and they need to win this. There is a way back into this match. But Granati has to be in sync with Massa and vice versa. So far it's been one mistake per round by each of them, and Granati again at least makes it pixel perfect. One speed less than he would have had to respawn there. Unfortunate for him, but look at this. Look at Epos and No Prime. What a start here. But then Massa pulls off the most amazing drift you can see. Once again playing desert. Doing a wheelie even. And Granati somehow respawns there. Very strange. And leaves Massa alone against both blue players who get the amazing turnaround. And that might be it. The question is, do they know? But either way, they have such a big lead that they might be even able to respawn if they need to. And they do indeed know. Look at this. They both went high, and it's double 0.1. So they were driving 105s, like 0.8s. Insane round. So you can't even blame Massa that much for failing. Like, the pace was crazy. And he really had to deny. He had no other choice. So he was really pushed into making that mistake. He couldn't afford to save it because he was gonna lose either way. And No Prime is already out. Granati has crashed yet again. So this is really down to Epos. Yet again. Needs to make sure they don't get aced back straight away. This round not as fast as the previous one. But it doesn't have to mean much. And Massa doesn't get it anywhere near as good as the previous round. So we'll drop back just a little bit. Then Granati is 0.7 behind, so as long as Epos doesn't make a complete mess of this, it's gonna be fine for Swift. Yep, nice turn. Massa too low. Too low. Oh, he's dead. He's completely dead. That was obvious very early that he's just too low on the bob. And Epos can jump safe yet again. The 106.4. Again, very solid for a high jump. And that's gonna be a victory for Swift. 3-point lead. 3 points away from winning the match. All they need is an ace. And Big need to fight back with an ace. No Prime survives at least. Is in the mix with the rest. Nice turn there as well. Good drift. Granati also surviving the start. after a couple of mishaps. Still a very close round, but then Massa has made a mistake, and could this be the end? Because Big desperately need an ace here. A draw doesn't really do much, although at this moment in time, I think they would absolutely take the draw. Both Epos and New Prime driving together, hand in hand, trying to get over the line together. Let's see the turnarounds. Renati, poor setup, has to release. This is terrible. Even Massa catches up. And now it's just up to these two. They can jump safe if they want to, especially Epos. No Prime maybe has to go low. Is this gonna be it? Final jump into the finish, but Epos fails. And Big lived to see another round. He makes it the second time. Maybe they just want to make it interesting.
Victory.
It's 9-5. Ace for Big or it's over. He might have been on an insane time. I'm pretty sure he was. Because New Prime jumped high and got a 0.1. I think Epos was on almost world record. That was an unreal time, I think. We'll have to check the checkpoints later. That must have... Oh, New Prime with a mistake. Okay. So, once again, it's down to Epos. Epos can win this. And Big need to beat Epos. This is an insane checkpoint time. Let's see. Imagine Epos just beats the world record. Oh, such a good round by Epos. But Big are still in it. Who can get the better turnaround? Oh, Epos is in third. Big are not giving up yet. This is so close. They're all inside of each other. New Prime with another respawn, but it doesn't matter. Epos somehow survives. Oh, Big are looking at an ace here. They both survive. All of them need to go low. Can they make it? Epos, Epos, Epos. No, he loses by 4,000s and Big are still alive. What a clutch. Double 105. This is the most insane limbo round we've ever seen. How have Big not lost yet? This is just incredible. Double 105 when they needed it the most. You can't even blame Epos for this. With that time, he should have got a point in any other round ever. Absolutely outrageous. But Big just refused to lose. And they can tie up the score with a victory and a win with an ace. I mean, imagine if they came back from this. No Prime is last again. Another very good start by Epos. And again, all they need is a draw. So far so good, but Big got a much better turnaround in the previous round. Let's see what happens here. Epos gets it. Epos gets it this time. And Massa needs to beat him. New Prime is out yet again. Massa versus Epos. If Epos wins, it's over. Massa needs to win to stay in the tournament. Massa gets it a bit better. Who has more speed? I think it's Massa. I think Massa has more. Who's gonna jump lower here? It's better by Massa. And Massa wins again. Epos gets second and Big have somehow equal the score. How are they doing this?
Victory.
This might be one of the best times we've seen a Limbo. Might actually be the best. And it's the first time actually we see overtime. Massa has stepped up more than ever before. Absolutely unreal performance the last two rounds. Double 105. And even though Epos is not even playing bad, he just can't do anything. This time he is a bit behind. But we know he can come back from this. Score is equal. Either side looking for a victory. And we see the usual formation with Epos in first. However, New Prime this time not in last. Still fighting. He has had some trouble here with the turnaround. Will Massa smell blood? He gets it, but New Prime gets it better. And could this be the end? Epos far ahead. New Prime still alive. Massa is catching up. Massa needs to get third here. Oh, Massa has clipped. No, but he doesn't lose. It really looked like he clipped. Has to go low. Will everyone survive? No, no prime. Oh my days. No prime. Epos drives a 105, but it's not enough again. That's his match PB. But it's still not enough. Because no prime somehow ends up too far on the right. I've never even seen that before, I think. Overtime keeps going. Big just cannot lose. This is so close. If no prime can just step up a little bit, it might be over. Again, slower start by one big player. This time it's Granati. Solid start again by Epos. And it is looking good for Swift. But we have seen this before many, many times. And we know that Big are just not gonna drop that. They're gonna keep fighting until the very end. Onto the turnaround. Who gets it? Granati barely saves it. He was on the edge there. Again, Epos is so far ahead. So Granati will be looking to overtake New Prime here. But New Prime overtakes Massa even. And could this be the end finally? Could this be the end? Can New Prime just make it? New Prime far on the right. And yes, that will be it. Epos yet another match PB. And that is it. Swift win the second regional. Well deserved. Insane performance by Epos. Absolute MVP of the tournament. And Big, despite trying their best, in the end, it just wasn't enough.